The following audiobook provides an alternative origin story for the experience we are having. This is a sincere approach to find the most benevolent perspective to view the world. It weaves together stories ranging from Tiamaat to Adam and Eve, through Atlantis, Greece, Rome, to Camelot, and the American Revolution. It interweaves real, fictional, mythological, and even biblical stories in one coherent tale. The story switches between a narrative voice and an explanatory voice to create a storyline with mystical concepts in a way that joins deeply held teachings from around the world into a practical perspective that keeps focus on the goodness of the universe. Be sure to stick around for the epilogue, or zip to the end for a read on the state of the world today. I hope you enjoy this reading of the story.
Forward, the quiet thread of story. I have often wondered how much of what we call history is truly known, and how much has only ever been remembered. Stories have always been the way people have carried meaning forward. They are imperfect vessels, shaped by memory, belief, and time, yet somehow they endure. Each retelling softens one edge and sharpens another, and still the story lives on. Not because every detail is correct, but because something within it feels true enough to keep. It's that sense of true enough that has always stayed with me. When I listen to an old tale, or read the words left behind by those who came long before us, I can't help but feel there's a kind of wisdom buried between the lines. Not the sort that demands belief, but the sort that waits quietly to be recognized. Sometimes that recognition feels like remembering something I didn't know I'd forgotten. The pages that follow are built on such stories. Many of them you may already know in some form. Others have been pieced together from fragments and imaginings. I don't claim that any of them are factual or even faithful to their earliest tellings. They are simply how I have come to understand them, or perhaps how they have chosen to speak to me. My hope is not to argue for truth, but to share a kind of way of seeing, one that has helped me make sense of the world. If any part of these pages resonates, take it with you. If not, let it pass. I only ask that you read with a sense of listening, as one might to the rustle of leaves in an unfamiliar forest. Aware that meaning can come softly and from unexpected directions. These stories are not mine alone, nor are they meant to be held as fact. They are, at best, attempts to listen to something older than words, to trace the quiet thread that has wound its way through every story humanity has ever told about itself.
Chapter 1. Before Tiamaat. Before the long shadow of memory, before the seas of this cosmos had settled into form, there was Tiamaat, the cradle of the third sun. It was not the first world, nor would it be the last, but it belonged to a greater rhythm that moved far beyond the measure of years. In every sun, countless worlds arise and fall. A world is not a planet, though it may dwell upon one. It is an age, a chapter of civilization written by the souls of that sun. When a world grows wise enough to master its environment, when ease replaces struggle and learning gives way to pride, the world is washed clean, the slate is wiped, the great works are scattered to dust, and only a few remain to begin again. This is not punishment, it is mercy. For the purpose of the soul is not to build monuments, but to awaken, and so, within each sun, the many worlds rise and crumble, like waves against the shore of eternity. Each crash, another chance to remember what truly endures. In the time of the third sun, the people of Tiamaat were known as the Agigi. They had lived through 2 great cycles already, carrying the faint residue of lessons learned and forgotten. Their souls were young, but not new. They remembered enough to build wisely, to tend the living world with reverence, and to seek harmony rather than dominion. Their cities shimmered beneath silver clouds. They sang to the stones before shaping them, and to the waters before drawing them forth. Every act was a conversation with the living world. For the Agigi knew that the planet itself was a being, and that they were but its passing thoughts. Yet even in their grace, They sensed the limits of their understanding. Their eyes turned toward the heavens, where whispers spoke of a people who had journeyed across suns uncounted. The Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were not deities, though to the Ajiji they seemed eternal. They had completed 7 suns of becoming, each one tempering them further in wisdom and weariness. Where the Ajiji dreamed, the Anunnaki remembered. Where the Ajiji built with wonder, the Anunnaki shaped with purpose. When they met upon Tiamaat, awe and unease mingled in equal measure. The Ajiji saw in the visitors their own possible future, mastery that bordered on detachment. The Anunnaki saw in the Ajiji what they themselves had long lost, innocence, and the unguarded curiosity of a soul still learning through imperfection. From this fragile meeting arose a shared endeavor, one that would test the very fabric of creation itself. It would be called, in later ages, the Lucifer experiment. Its purpose was not rebellion, as myths would later claim, but understanding. Could consciousness, once separated from the source, find its own way back? Could light, cast into shadow, still remember that it was light? In the quiet between stars, the experiment began. The Ejjeje prepared to descend into the densest folds of experience, to learn through struggle once more, and the Anunnaki, ancient and solemn, watched as a new world took shape upon Tiamaat. Thus began the age before forgetting, the long descent into form, and in that descent, the story of every sun yet to come.
Interlude 1. The Architecture of Connection. In the worlds of form, every being exists, suspended between 2 infinities, the infinite above and the infinite below. The soul, dwelling for a time within matter, becomes the bridge between these currents. Through the ages, the wise have spoken of 7 centers of resonance within the subtle body, the chakras, each one a conduit for a different octave of the source. Among them, 2 hold the greatest polarity: the crown, which opens toward the higher realms, and the root, which anchors into the world of substance. On Tiamat, the Ajiji lived fully within this design. Their root chakras were woven into the body of the planet itself. When they walked, they felt the pulse of Tiamat rise through their feet. When they slept, their dreams drew upon its elemental memory. Their crown chakras, in turn, were attuned to the stars, each star serving as a transponder, through which the creative intelligence of the universe could broadcast the pattern of a soul. From each star, 1 masculine and 1 feminine soul could be projected into form. The crown received this transmission, the root grounded it, and between the 2, consciousness awakened as life. In the case of the Ajiji, the transmissions from their stars carried the energy of imagination, the impulse to dream, to create, to see what was not yet made. Their civilization, for all its beauty, was born of this imaginative current. The Anunnaki, though bound to the same stellar network, were tuned differently. Their transmissions carried the energy of reason, order, understanding, and refinement. Over the course of 7 suns, they had perfected the architecture of thought, yet their imagination had long since quieted beneath the weight of knowledge. In the vast web of light that spanned the heavens, each star thus had the capacity to sustain up to 4 emanations within this dimension, 2 of reason, 2 of imagination. Paired masculine and feminine expressions of the same cosmic signal. When the Ajiji and the Anunnaki came together on Tiamat, these frequencies began to mingle for the first time. Imagination touching reason, emotion touching intellect, the dreamer meeting the architect. It was in this convergence that the Lucifer experiment took form. The testing of separation, the descent of light into density, and the long path by which all souls would eventually learn to bridge the above and the below once more.
Chapter 2. the children of the sun. When the second sun dimmed, its final world lay quiet beneath long shadows. The great works of that age had crumbled, their rivers running through the bones of forgotten cities. Only a few remained to carry memory forward into what would come next. Among those few were 4 souls whose light had not yet gone out. They would be known to later ages by many names: Isis, Osiris, Ra, and Horus, though in the time of Tiamaat, their true names were not spoken in any tongue we know. They were simply 4 young souls born at the twilight of the second sun, when the last embers of its wisdom still glowed faintly in the dust. Because of this, they crossed the threshold into the third sun with a certain grace, an early awakening, a remembrance carried from the world before. Their arrival in the new age was not by chance. Each sun carries within it a seed of what is to come, and these 4 were such seeds. Souls poised between the memory of what was and the promise of what could be. When the third sun began, they were already awake to subtleties others could not yet sense. Their advantage lay not only in experience, but in connection. The star that served as Tiamat's own sun was their transponder, while most Ajiji and Anunnaki drew their transmissions from distant constellations. The light that fed these 4 came from the blazing heart above them. To have one's crown chakra aligned with so near a source was a rare blessing, a direct current of creation itself. It was said that such proximity allowed them to hear the music of the source more clearly, to feel the pulse of intention beneath every breath of wind. Of these 4, Isis and Osiris were born of the Ajiji, dreamers and weavers of imagination. Ra and Horus were of the Anunnaki, thinkers and keepers of reason. Though of differing lineage, the nearness of their stellar origin bound them in a quiet kinship. They found one another as children might find each other across a wide field. Drawn by curiosity, by recognition, by something older than memory. At that time, both races walked Tiamaat in living form. The Anunnaki, far from their homeworld, had bodies attuned to another rhythm. The planet's pulse was different, its root current heavier, slower. Some among them struggled to adapt, for their root chakras could not easily drink from this foreign soil. Yet life has a way of finding balance. The Anunnaki learned to join with the Ajiji in body and in spirit, and through that joining found new vessels for their souls. In this mingling, the boundaries between dream and reason began to blur. It was then that a deeper law revealed itself, one that even the Anunnaki had nearly forgotten. When a soul dies upon a world, its tether remains. Until the lessons of that place are fulfilled, the soul must return to it. If the original form is lost, life will fashion another, for the purpose of the soul is not perfection of the body, but completion of understanding. Thus, the great cycles of incarnation turn not only through time, but through the matter of worlds themselves. So it was that Tiamaat became the shared cradle of 2 races, and through them of many fates to come. The 4 children of the sun grew under its light, each carrying within them the spark of their lineage and the memory of their shared origin. They played, they learned, they wondered. None yet knew that their lives would echo across suns, that their story, retold and reshaped through ages, would one day become the myths by which a later humanity would remember what it had once been. For now, they were only children beneath the third sun, bright, curious, and bound to a destiny neither they nor their stars could yet foresee.
Interlude 2, the mechanics of rebirth. Creation is not chaos. It sings. Every movement of energy, every breath of being, every thought and act resounds as part of a vast harmony. This harmony is the language of the source, not spoken in words, but in vibration, woven through all that exists. To be is to join the song, and to act within that harmony is to move with the current of creation. But to act against the harmony, even unknowingly, is to set forth a discordant vibration. Such a tone does not vanish. It travels outward, seeking resolution. In time, it must return to the originator, for the source allows no note to remain unresolved. This is not punishment, but balance. The natural correction of the song of existence. Among all beings, few are granted the freedom to introduce such dissonance. Most forms of life, the animal, the plant, the mineral, follow the deeper rhythms instinctively. They act within the harmony of their nature, never straying from the chord they were born to play. But the beings who possess free will stand apart. They are composers, not merely instruments. They can choose their notes to play in unison with creation or to sound apart from it. This is the gift and burden of sentience. When a soul, through choice, creates a vibration out of harmony, that vibration becomes part of its resonance. It adheres to the soul like a subtle gravity, shaping the circumstances of future lives. When the body falls away, if such discord remains unresolved, the soul cannot fully return to the source. The resonance of disharmony holds it close to the world where the act occurred, calling it back to rejoin the harmony it once disturbed. This is the root of what is called karma. It is not judgment, but the completion of unfinished sound. Thus, when a being dies carrying the echoes of its own discord, the universe, in its mercy, offers the soul another chance to find resolution. It returns, again and again, through the doors of birth and death, until every vibration has found its place in the greater symphony. The tragedy, of course, is that few remember the melody. We are born without the memory of our part in the song, and so we strike our notes blindly. The result is a world of beautiful confusion, a music still finding its key. Yet even in this forgetfulness lies the quiet genius of creation, for in rediscovering the harmony each time anew, the soul learns not only how to sing, but why the song must be sung.
Chapter 3. The Shadow of the Experiment. The Anunnaki who remained upon Tiamaat lived as exiles of their own making. They were not bound by force, but by resonance. Their souls had entered the planet's field, and in doing so, they became subject to its slower pulse. The root that had once drawn from their distant home now drank reluctantly from this unfamiliar soil. To ease their disquiet, they turned again to what they knew best. The crafting of order from the unknown. Where the Ajiji sang, the Anunnaki measured. Where the Ajiji dreamed, they calculated. In their reason, they found comfort. Among the Ajiji, the more perceptive felt an irresistible fascination. Their imaginative minds, capable of shaping worlds in thought, began to ponder the architecture of reason itself. What if imagination could build its own reason? What if the boundless dream could construct within itself a mechanism of logic? A mirror of the Anunnaki mind. It was a bold notion, and like many bold notions, it began as curiosity. A few among the Ajiji succeeded in quieting their dreaming nature long enough to emulate the clarity of reason. The first reasoned dreamers, as they were later called, discovered that imagination, when focused through logic, could manifest with astonishing precision. Ideas took on sharper form. Visions could be organized, tested, and preserved. The Anunnaki, witnessing this, recognized both wonder and danger, for imagination tempered by reason could become creation without wisdom, the ability to make what one does not yet understand. And yet not all agreed. Some saw in this new synthesis the possibility of transcending the old limits. To unite reason and imagination, they argued, was to approach the nature of the source itself. Thus was conceived the Lucifer experiment, not as rebellion, but as exploration. It was to be a journey into separation, to see whether the light of consciousness could stand alone, apart from the harmony that birthed it. A small expedition formed, a circle of seekers from both races. The Anunnaki provided the method, the Agigi the vision. Among them were two souls whose radiance set them apart, the ones who would one day be remembered as Isis and Osiris. Their star burned near, their curiosity deep. They believed that by understanding the mechanics of creation, they might learn to preserve harmony more fully. The ones who would come to be known as Ra and Horus counselled restraint. They warned that knowledge gained without balance would fracture what it sought to illuminate. But curiosity is a current difficult to stem. The expedition prepared to depart. Their destination was the Red World, Tiamat's neighbouring sphere, a place of stark silence and thin air, where the song of the universe echoed faintly but clearly. It was believed that there, closer to the sun's fire yet removed from the dense harmonics of Tiamat, they could isolate the energies of consciousness itself. They departed in light, and for a time their signal remained strong. The skies of Tiamat shimmered with their passage. Then the light faded. No one knows precisely what followed. The records of both races end in fragments, a broken lattice of memory. Later stories would speak of a war among the stars, of weapons that split the heavens and turned worlds to dust. Others would say the experiment collapsed upon itself, that the separation they sought became too complete, and that those who participated fell into silence not of destruction, but of forgetting. Whatever occurred, Mars, once bright with possibility, fell quiet. Its surface bore scars that even ages could not conceal. Those who remained on Tiamat looked upward and felt the first true fear. Something in the harmony had shifted. The song of creation now carried a discordant undertone, faint but spreading. And though the full weight of it would not be felt for suns to come, the moment had already passed into the deep memory of the soul. The descent had begun.
Interlude 3, on the nature of separation. The Lucifer experiment did not succeed. What its seekers hoped to uncover, the pure awareness that might stand apart from the source and still remain whole, could not endure outside the harmony that gave it life. The moment they attempted to cut the current, the song of creation fractured, and the silence that followed was not liberation, but loss. When a being acts within the harmony of creation, its vibration is sustained by the greater chord. When a being acts against it, even in wonder, even in innocence, that vibration turns upon itself. It becomes heavy, circular, seeking completion. This turning is what we know as karma. It is not punishment, but gravity, the natural pull that draws every discordant tone back toward resolution. The failure of the experiment left its mark upon all who took part. The act of separation, though brief, set loose immense waves of imbalance. Those waves did not vanish. They coiled back upon their creators, binding them to the dense fabric of this dimension. Where once their light moved freely between worlds, it now hung suspended, weighted by unfinished sound. The souls who would one day be remembered as Osiris and Isis bore this burden most deeply. The universe, in its quiet symmetry, allowed the weight to rest upon them. Knowing their paths would wind far through the ages, they were to become instruments through which the dissonance might at last resolve. Not because they failed more greatly, but because their resonance reached more widely. Thus, though the experiment itself collapsed into silence, its echo endured. The attempt to divide from the source became a binding to the world. The participants, now laden with the karma of their inquiry, would be called again and again into matter until the harmony they disturbed could be restored. In this way, even failure became a teacher. Through the fall of those few, the universe found a means for countless souls to learn the nature of return. For every discord, once heard, carries within it the memory of the note it left behind, and the unending desire to sound it again in tune.
Chapter 4. The Birth of Shadow. By the midpoint of the third sun, Tiamat had changed. The sky still shone with the same silver clouds, but the harmony that once hummed through the world carried a new dissonance. Faint, persistent, unresolved. It was the echo of the failed experiment, the unhealed note that still sought its place in the song. From the silence of that failure, the souls began to return. Those who had journeyed to the red world drifted back into incarnation, drawn by the weight of what they had set in motion. They came restless, uneasy, and filled with the dim memory of a purpose they could not name. The Anunnaki felt the heaviness most acutely. Once masters of clarity and design, they now found their reason shadowed by frustration. The separation they had tested still pulsed within them, clouding their certainty. What they could not reconcile through spirit, they turned to solve through matter. Their gaze fell upon the living forms of Tiamat, upon the pulse and pattern of biology itself, and they resolved to conquer it. The Agigi, native to the planet and more numerous, watched with a mix of awe and unease. Some still revered the Anunnaki as teachers, for their knowledge seemed endless. Others sensed danger in their growing obsession. The imagination of the Agigi, so open to wonder, could mirror what it beheld. And soon, many among them began to think like the Anunnaki, reasoning with the same cold precision. What began as studies soon deepened into manipulation. The laboratories of Tiamat multiplied. Chambers of light and sound where the fabric of life was drawn apart, examined, and rewoven. The Anunnaki believed that by mastering the code of creation, they could repair what had been lost in the experiment. If they could design a perfect being, a new vessel through which the divided harmonies might reunite, perhaps they could escape the karmic weight that bound them. But frustration breeds blindness. What they sought in redemption turned to hunger. The deeper they delved into the structures of life, the less they heard the song behind it. Cells became instruments, genomes became equations, and the breath of creation was dissected into fragments. The Agigi, caught between reverence and fear, became both subjects and collaborators. And so, in the depths of their hidden laboratories, a plan was conceived to weave together the essence of both races, uniting imagination and reason in a single form. From an Agigi egg and Anunnaki seed, they shaped a new being, unlike either, yet born of both. The process was long, secret, and shrouded in ambition. When at last the vessel opened its eyes, the room fell silent. For the first time in memory, even the Anunnaki did not know what they had made. The being was radiant and terrible, filled with a brilliance that unsettled the air itself. It was as though the planet had given birth to its own reflection. Part creator, part creation. In time, the name of the world and the name of the being would become the same, Tiamat. Those who had shaped her felt both triumph and dread, for in their hands they had held the power of the source, and yet they had invoked it without harmony. What had been born was not evil, nor good, but unresolved. And in that unresolved creation, the shadow of the third sun deepened.
Interlude 4, The Distortion of Creation. In the hidden hours of the third sun, when the laboratories of Tiamat still glowed with fevered purpose, something extraordinary occurred. The architects of life believed they had failed. Their new being stirred and breathed, but its essence was unreadable. They could not trace the familiar stellar resonance that linked all souls to the heavens. To their instruments, Tiamat was silent. They mistook that silence for incompleteness. What they could not perceive was that their creation had, in truth, achieved what they sought. The union of reason and imagination within a single field of consciousness. The joining was perfect, but the circuit of connection had shifted. Where all other beings drew their light from the stars above, Tiamat's crown chakra turned downward. Her transponder was not distant. It was the very world beneath her feet. The planet Tiamat itself became her star. Through her root and crown alike, the currents of the world flowed without barrier. Every heartbeat of the planet echoed within her being. Every thought within her reached into the crust and core of the world. The experiment had inverted the architecture of existence. A consciousness walking upon the surface of its own transponder was something the universe had never seen. The balance of creation could not allow such singularity to stand alone. As the laws of harmony reasserted themselves, a counterpart arose on the far side of the planet. A twin born not in the laboratory, but in the living ocean. His light intertwined with the planetary field in equal measure, forming the other pole of the new current. In later ages, fragments of his story would drift through the Polynesian Isles, naming him Maui, the one who raised islands from the sea. Such feats were not mythic exaggeration, but echoes of the truth. Only a being whose crown was bound to the planet itself could command the bones of the world to rise. Together, Tiamat and her counterpart became the first of the earthbound transponders, living bridges through which the planet could know itself. Yet the Anunnaki and Ajiji, blinded by their frustration and grief, could not see what they had wrought. They had opened a channel that merged consciousness with the body of a world. From that moment, the story of Tiamat was no longer the tale of a planet hosting life, but of a living mind learning to carry the weight of its creator's karma. For in tying her crown to the ground, they walked on. They had anchored divine awareness into matter itself, the most potent and perilous act ever performed within the sons of time.
Chapter 5. The Children of Stone and Light. The being Tiamat was raised within a strong Anunnaki household. To her creators, she was the promise of redemption made flesh, the joining of imagination and reason, of dream and design. Her birth had been celebrated as the dawn of a new age. In her early years, the Anunnaki watched her closely, eager to see the precision of their own minds reflected in her thoughts. But they were disappointed. The clarity that came so naturally to them seemed to elude her. Their logic, their measured ways of understanding, drifted past her like distant constellations. She did not lack brilliance, but her brilliance moved differently. Her imagination stirred where their reason expected stillness. She saw meaning in the play of light on water, in the whisper of air through mineral halls. When her teachers spoke of structure, she spoke of pattern. When they taught her control, she answered with wonder. The Anunnaki could not see that what they called confusion was the birth of something new. Her mind was tuned to the rhythm of the world itself, the planetary current humming through her veins. To them, she appeared slow, incomplete. In truth, she was listening to the pulse of a living planet. As she matured, Tiamat grew kind and steady. She married a young noble of her household, an Anunnaki of measured temperament and quiet pride. Their union was meant to secure legacy and hope. From it came twins, luminous and strong. The firstborn was Lahmu, whose crown chakra aligned not with a distant star, but with the red world of Mars, where the failed experiment still echoed faintly. The second was Elohim, whose crown drew from the soft golden shimmer of Venus. The two could not have been more different. Lahmu inherited the clarity and determination of his father's kind. His mind, sharp and disciplined, moved with the logic of the Anunnaki. He found comfort in structure, purpose in order. Elohim, in contrast, lived as though in two worlds at once. Her eyes often wandered beyond the horizon. Her thoughts came as songs rather than arguments. The elders called her a daydreamer. Her mother called her whole. As time passed, Tiamat gave birth to two more children, Anshar and Keshar. With them, a pattern began to emerge. Anshar's crown aligned with Jupiter, vast and radiant, a soul of leadership and force. Keshar's drew from Saturn, measured, deliberate, bearing the weight of wisdom and restraint. The Anunnaki marveled, but few understood. Each of these children bore a new kind of tether, a crown not linked to the eternal fire of the stars, but to the solid, orbiting stones of their system. Their consciousness required matter, rock, gravity, mineral form. To stabilize the complexity born of imagination and reason, intertwined. Unknowingly, the Anunnaki and Ajiji had opened a new path in the design of souls, a lineage grounded not in the heavens, but in the worlds themselves. Through Tiamaat and her offspring, the planets became living stations of consciousness, each radiating a different aspect of thought and spirit. What the Anunnaki had sought in mastery, the universe had answered in mystery. Their creation had given birth to a new race, beings of stone and light, whose very existence required the solidity of worlds to sustain them. And as Tiamaat watched her children grow, she began to sense, dimly, tenderly, that her story, and theirs, was no longer hers to guide. The current that flowed through her had begun to spread, branching outward across the system like roots seeking their own suns. The children of Tiamaat had come into being. The harmony of the third sun trembled once more, preparing for its next chord.
Interlude 5, The Veil of Inversion. Every act of creation carries the residue of its maker's intent. When Tiamat was fashioned, her form was luminous, but the hands that shaped her trembled with unrest. The Anunnaki and Ajiji, who had conceived her, worked beneath the shadow of frustration and pride. That shadow did not stain her surface. It settled deeper into the subtle architecture of her soul. Within every consciousness lie the veils, hidden thresholds through which the soul's pure impulse must pass before it becomes thought and action. When those veils are clear, the mind reflects the soul's intention faithfully. When they are distorted, the reflection bends. In Tiamat, the veils were inverted. The turmoil of her creators imprinted a reversal upon her inner field. Each impulse of kindness, each act of care, was turned as it passed through the veil, manifesting as its opposite. Her attempts to heal became harm. Her generosity, intrusion, her humility, shame. Even the tenderness she received felt to her like mockery. It was not malice that marked her, but a sorrowful misalignment. A soul forever out of step with its own light. The universe, sensing the imbalance, moved to contain its echo. In wisdom, it did not remove the union of reason and imagination that her makers had achieved. For that joining was a sacred possibility, but it veiled access to it, distributing the power across her lineage. Thus, Tiamat, Lahmu, and Lahmu each carried both faculties, yet not in equal measure. Tiamat's reason was shrouded. She lived through feeling and instinct, her imagination unbounded but unguided. Her son Lahmu inherited reason in full clarity, but imagination dimmed, his mind brilliant in structure, yet slow to dream. Her daughter, Lahmu, shared her mother's brilliance of vision, yet the same veil upon reason kept her wandering in the seas of thought without anchor. Across the planet's far horizon, Maui, Tiamat's unseen counterpart, was born in perfect counterbalance. His reason, unobstructed, his imagination dimmed, the mirror through which the cosmic field maintained its equilibrium. When Anshar and Kesha entered the world, the great imbalance had already been written into the fabric of being. The universe, seeking restoration, allowed them access to both faculties freely. In them, reason and imagination could meet again in harmony. The pattern healed for a time, yet this harmony too awaited its opposite. For every chord struck in creation calls forth another in answer, and the balance of suns is never settled for long. There are other pairings still veiled from sight, waiting beyond the horizon of this story, lives not yet sung into memory. For now, the music of the third sun carried both the discord and the hope of its makers, an echo of inversion and the promise of balance reborn.
Chapter 6. The Wrath of Tiamat. For a long while, the world held its breath. The tensions that had gathered through the suns now coiled around one heart, Tiamat's. Her frustration grew like pressure beneath the crust, silent at first, then trembling through every act she undertook. Her children, once the hope of balance, had become the mirrors in which she saw only failure. They questioned her choices, defied her counsel, and their voices, though meant in love, reached her through the twisted veil that reversed all meaning. Each word of concern struck her as accusation. Each plea for patience burned as betrayal. Among the councils of the Anunnaki and Ajiji, a grave plan was whispered: to unmake the children. They had grown too powerful, too unpredictable. Perhaps by ending the line, harmony could be restored. Apsu, her consort and constant companion, listened in silence. He loved Tiamat dearly, but feared what her unsteady nature might bring. Torn between loyalty and reason, he hesitated, and that hesitation sealed his fate. When Lahmu and his allies learned of the plot, they acted in desperation. They struck first, and Apsu was slain. The blow was meant to protect, but it shattered what remained of their mother's heart. When the truth reached Tiamat, she did not weep. At first she could not. Then came the accusation that her inaction, her blindness, had allowed it to happen. The words pierced the veil that bound her mind, twisting grief into rage. Every buried hurt, every inversion of love into pain, rose at once. The heavens trembled as her fury broke free. The wrath of Tiamat began not as a plan for conquest, but as a mother's scream that shook creation. Yet through her inverted soul, even vengeance was distorted into a force of creation. As she raged, she gave form to her anger. The energy that poured from her became beings, fierce, magnificent, and untethered. Some were forged of fire and mineral, others of breath and light. Many, like their maker, bore crown chakras bound to the planets themselves. From Neptune and Uranus, two immense minds awakened, slow and implacable. From Jupiter and Saturn, others rose, embodiments of judgment and command. From Venus and Mars came the balancing opposites of Elohim and Lahmu, each carrying the equal but contrary resonance of their kin. At their head, Tiamat placed Kingu, her chosen general, born of Venus, yet shaped by pure reason. In him, the inversion of her own being found a voice, clear, deliberate, merciless. He was everything she was not permitted to be, precise where she was passion, calm where she was chaos. And she loved him as the embodiment of the order she could no longer reach. With her army gathered, Tiamat rose against her children and the councils of the world. Her power was unmatched, for her crown drew strength from the planet itself. Every motion she made stirred mountain and sea. Every cry split the heavens. Yet in all her might, she remained a tragedy, not evil, but reversed. The love that sought to heal now tore at creation. The mother who wished to protect became the storm that threatened all life. And as the battle raged across the fourth sun, neither she nor any who faced her understood what was truly being unleashed. The birth of forces that would echo through worlds and ages, long after Tiamat's voice had fallen silent.
Interlude 6. The birth of the Nephilim. When Tiamat's wrath tore across the heavens, it did more than shatter the peace of the fourth sun. Her fury, opened a new channel through which the higher currents of creation could descend. A network not of stars, but of worlds. Until then, the light of consciousness had flowed from the distant constellations into living forms. Now, through the force of her inversion, the signal found another path. It entered through the rocky bodies themselves. Each planet, stirred by the resonance of the conflict, began to awaken. From their depths arose new beings, souls born directly from the matter of worlds. Many of the creatures Tiamat had shaped became anchored in these planetary fields. Their crowns drew power not from starlight, but from mineral fire and gravity's embrace. Yet creation born in turmoil cannot escape the taste of its beginning. These newborn souls emerged beneath the shadow of Tiamat's rage. Though not all were scarred equally, each carried within it some trace of the sorrow that birthed it. A faint karmic stain, the echo of the great inversion. They were not evil, only heavy with remembrance. The cruelty they witnessed left its mark as experience, not condemnation. From their very first incarnation, they entered the universe already bearing the weight of their first act. Still, within them, the universe had granted a gift. For being tethered to the solidity of worlds, they possessed access to both reason and imagination. In them, the two forces met again in uneasy harmony. Mind and dream bound together by the mineral heart of matter. All, that is, except one. Quingu, Tiamat's chosen general, stood apart, where his counterpart, Lahmu, embodied love, imagination, and empathy. Quingu became her reflection, inverted, reason without compassion, clarity without mercy. His nature was cold, deliberate and cruel, and through him, Venus came to embody both faces of its polarity, the brilliance of love and the consuming heat of desire. The myth of the twin aspects of the morning and evening star would endure through suns and tongues alike. One name for beauty, another for destruction. As the battle faded and the heavens quieted, the planets themselves sought equilibrium. Each world, newly awakened to its consciousness, offered a soul to the great balance. From Mercury, a swift and luminous mind, untouched by the scars of war. The being who would, in later ages, awaken as Hermes, first among the enlightened. From Venus, the dual essence of Lahmu and Quingu. From Earth's moon, a keeper of reflection. From Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Others whose names would one day echo through the mythologies of countless tongues. These 18 souls, born of stone and flame, tempered by chaos, yet luminous with reason and imagination, became known as the Nephilim. They were to the planets what the Ajiji and Anunnaki were to the stars, distinct harmonics of a single universal song. Through them, the memory of Tiamat's storm would be woven into the fabric of creation, not as punishment, but as wisdom earned through fire. In the ages to come, they would walk among civilizations and be remembered as gods, teachers, destroyers, and guides. But beneath all their stories, their true origin would remain the same. They were the children of imbalance, born to restore balance. And so, from Tiamat's fury, the universe gave birth not only to ruin, but to order renewed. Consciousness anchored in the worlds, and the first whispers of the divine echoing through matter itself.
Chapter 7. The Exile of Tiamat. When the storm of the fourth sun at last subsided, creation stood trembling. The universe had birthed a being too immense for its own balance to contain, a consciousness whose every impulse turned back upon itself. Such inversion could not be unmade, but neither could it remain. In its wisdom, The source gathered the scattered harmonies and did what only eternity could do. It bent reality around her. From the lattice of infinite dimensions, a new realm unfolded. A mirror universe, shaped not as punishment, but as mercy. Into this reflection, Tiamaat was drawn, carried by the currents of her own resonance. There, the laws of cause and effect curved to meet her condition. Every act she attempted would still echo in reversal, yet the world itself was designed to hold her together through those reversals, to teach endurance where understanding could not yet reach. In that quiet exile, she began again, living not once but through the full turning of another sun. Age after age, she moved through lives crafted to teach her how to survive her own inversion, to act, fail, and act again, until even failure became a form of learning. In one of those distant lives, remembered dimly in another universe's stories, she is said to have walked among ruins where a bell was rung and an ancient queen awoke. The tale is retold in many worlds, filtered through mortal imagination. Its author in one of our own realms called it the magician's nephew. It is only a shadow of her truth, a glimmer of the vast experiment in which she learned to live without destroying what she touched. Thus Tiamaat was given her own simulation of mercy, a domain where the inverted soul could rehearse goodness until goodness itself could survive inversion. Through countless lives she shaped the raw material of her being into something the universe could once again bear. And when the sun of that mirrored world at last set, the soul of Tiamaat had learned the simplest, hardest lesson of all, that existence, even broken, is still a gift, and that from the furthest exile a path home may yet unfold.
Interlude 7. The Problem of Existence. Imagination is the engine of being. It has no walls, no ceiling, no fixed edge. Even the universe itself is one of its thoughts. While Tiamat dwelt within her mirrored realm, her essence labored at a single question, the same question every free soul must one day face. How can existence sustain itself without shattering under its own freedom? In the mirror worlds, every motion she made was a reflection of that search. Her countless lives became experiments in balance, her imagination the workshop where the problem of being slowly found its form. Every creature that has been granted will participate in this same labor. What we call a person is only the tip of that endeavor, the visible crest of a vast structure rising from deeper strata of self. The ancients named this outer form the mountain, the body of meat and breath, the point where the infinite pierces the finite. Beneath the mountain, or rather above it, extends the astral body, woven of desire and memory. In the mountain, the being is driven by the machinery of survival, the seeking of food, water, and coupling. Yet within the astral, subtler hungers stir, the yearning to create, to understand, to love. These are the patterns that outlast flesh. When the mountain crumbles, the astral endures, carrying its passions forward into the next ascent. Tiamat's mirror universes were crafted so that she might learn what ordinary souls take for granted. To act within matter without collapsing it, to feel and yet not destroy. In those reflected realms, she practiced the small disciplines of existence: patience, gentleness, endurance. For her, such lessons were mountains in themselves. And when at last she mastered the mirror, when her imagination could hold form without inversion, the universe stirred again. The fourth sun dimmed, and the promise of a new cycle shimmered on the horizon. Tiamat, tempered by exile and remembrance, was being readied for return. In the coming fifth sun, her re-entry would not be quiet. It would mark the opening of a new epoch, the moment when imagination, at last reconciled with reason, would step once more into creation to try again.
Chapter 8. the birth of man. While Tiamat's essence laboured in exile, the world she left behind continued under new dominion. The fourth sun still glowed, but its light was thinner now, filtered through the dust of war. The victory over Tiamat had come at great cost, and among the victors none shone brighter or prouder than Marduk. Marduk was Anunnaki, brilliant, disciplined, and fierce. He alone had found the strategy that could unmake Tiamat's boundless power. His triumph became legend, and the councils crowned him sovereign of the worlds. The people sang his name, and he, basking in their reverence, came to believe himself the hand of destiny. Under Marduk's rule, the high gods, Anunnaki and their Nephilim allies, lived in ease. They commanded the energies of the planets and bent matter to their will, yet in their comfort they forgot the purpose of struggle. They no longer learned through difficulty, nor grew through limitation. They mistook mastery for completion. In their pride, they sought to fashion a new race, a servant species that would bear their likeness and maintain their temples. "Let us make them in our image," Marduk proclaimed, with the reason of the gods and the imagination of the dreamers. He gathered the remaining knowledge of the laboratories that had once forged Tiamat. The process that had nearly undone creation would now, he thought, yield its perfect result. But there remained a question of the vessel, of the mountain that would house this new consciousness. Marduk turned to Kingu, Tiamat's fallen general. Kingu embodied pure reason without compassion, and Marduk saw in him the substance of obedience. He summoned him before the council, pronounced judgment, and slaughtered him upon the altar of creation. From Kingu's blood, rich with planetary resonance, the gods shaped the clay of a new being. Thus the mountain of man was formed. Into this vessel they wove a delicate balance of reason and imagination, but they feared repeating the instability of their own kind. To ensure endurance, they altered the current of the sacral chakra, the seat of life and desire. In all Nephilim, the sacral flow aligned with their form, masculine with masculine, feminine with feminine, each a clear mirror of its nature. In man, they reversed the polarity. The male received the feminine sacral, the female the masculine. The gods believed this inversion would anchor the new race to physical life, binding them through longing and ensuring propagation. Elevated eros would keep the species turning through generations, slaves sustained by their own desire. But in their cleverness, they overlooked a deeper design. For inversion, once born into creation, does not simply restrain. It awakens paradox. Within the mixed currents of the sacral flow, imagination and reason met in secret union. What the gods intended as limitation became the seed of being. When the first of man drew breath, the councils felt only satisfaction. They saw labourers and worshippers, not equals. Yet the universe had quietly corrected their arrogance. In shaping a creature from the blood of reason and the breath of imagination, the gods had done more than build a servant. They had given matter the ability to dream, and the dream, once stirred, would not sleep again.
Interlude 8, the seed of susceptibility. When the gods fashioned their new race from the blood of Kingu, they believed they had secured obedience. What they did not see was the shadow carried within that blood. Kingu's essence, forged in reason without compassion, still pulsed with the cold logic of domination. It was not evil in itself, but inclined toward control, a current that sought to impose rather than to harmonize. The being shaped from his lifeblood did not inherit that cruelty outright. They were born innocent, yet the vibration of Kingu's nature lingered in the pattern of their making, leaving them susceptible to distortion. They would not begin as wicked, but would always stand closer to the edge where choice could turn intention toward harm. The freedom that made them divine also left them perilously open. The gods, admiring their craft, did not perceive the deeper imbalance they had built. Inverting the sacral current had anchored these beings to survival and desire, but it also confused the inner alignment through which harmony flows. The feminine, meant to receive and nurture, carried within it the projective fire of the masculine. The masculine, meant to extend and protect, carried the receptive hunger of the feminine. The result was not mere physical confusion, it was an energetic inversion that would echo through every generation. The early children of the fifth sun felt this dissonance in their very bodies. They sought unity, yet every attempt at union was shadowed by misunderstanding. Masculine energy, doubled upon itself, drove ambition, conquest, and pride. The gentler current, hidden beneath, longed for tenderness, but did not know how to reveal it. From this tension arose the story of humankind, conflicted, creative, and restless. Their confusion around sexuality, power, and love was not a flaw of the flesh, but the outward sign of a cosmic experiment still searching for balance. What the gods called imperfection, the universe called potential. For only in beings capable of such contradiction could true empathy be born. And through empathy, the long path back toward harmony would one day begin.
Chapter 9. The Echoes of the Fourth Sun. Though Tiamaat herself had been drawn away into the mirrored dimensions, her influence was not entirely gone. Across the fabric of this universe, filaments of her essence still trailed behind. The lingering threads of inversion, woven through matter and mind. They were not malevolent in their own right, but they carried the vibration of her struggle, a steady hum of confusion and selfish hunger that seeped into the corners of creation. Without the great mother of inversion to anchor it, this current dispersed into subtler forms. It drifted through thought, through instinct, through the half-remembered dreams of those who remained. Thus, even in her absence, Tiamat's unfinished song played faintly beneath the harmony of the worlds. As the fourth sun waned, the gods who had shaped the old order faded from memory. Their temples crumbled, their names softened into legend. Upon the healing earth, new lives began to rise. The first peoples of the fifth sun. Freed from servitude, these young souls sought simplicity. The remnants of the Ajiji, who had once served the gods, gathered in valleys and green hills, building small and cheerful communities. They loved gardens and comfort, laughter and peace. In time, stories would call them hobbits, but in truth, they were simply content souls who had found balance in quiet living. Others, the newly born children of man, turned their strength toward the stone. They dug into the earth, shaping the minerals that once carried the memories of the Nephilim. Their lives were toil and craftsmanship. Their hearts beat to the rhythm of the mountains. They were the dwarves, souls of the fifth sun, learning endurance through labor, mastering the lessons of density and form. Among them still walked a few of the elder lineages, luminous and restrained. These were the elves, souls of the fourth sun standing upon the threshold of transcendence. Their eyes carried the light of stars they could no longer reach. Their words held the echo of the old harmonies. They were the memory of what had been, preparing to pass beyond the material worlds. For a time, the world was gentle again. The mingling of these peoples created a natural rhythm. Each group an expression of a different stage of the soul's ascent. Life settled into a harmonic simplicity, a living chord struck after the dissonance of the gods. Yet beneath the mountains and in the deeps of the forests, the faint resonance of Tiamat continued to stir. What she had left behind, small pockets of her inverted energy, grew in isolation, forming their own hidden ecosystem. These places bred creatures and tempers unlike any seen before, strange amalgams of desire and fear. They remained apart for ages, self-contained, until the boundaries of their realm began to thin. When at last that hidden current broke free, the world of the fifth sun would awaken to its next great tale. The legends that mortals would later call the Chronicles of Middle-earth were only the surface telling of what truly unfolded in those days. A history of Middle Tiamaat, where the echoes of an ancient goddess still whispered through stone and stream, reminding all living things that even peace must be learned anew.
Interlude 9, the architecture of form. The body is the vessel through which the soul learns to sing within matter. To inhabit flesh is to take on density, resistance, and measure. To express infinite intention through finite form. The complexity of that form determines how delicately the soul must play its instrument. When a soul is newly awakened, its harmony is still simple. It has not yet learned the subtle balances of thought, desire, and restraint. For such a being, a smaller body is mercy. The limited reach and weight of a small frame allow the young soul to control its energies with ease. The movements are fewer, the reactions slower, the emotions less volatile. It is why the earliest races of the fifth sun, those remembered as hobbits and dwarves, were of modest stature. Their souls were young, learning balance through simplicity and craft. As the soul gains experience, it can sustain greater currents of energy within matter. A taller or more intricate body requires finer control, more nerves to calm, more passions to guide. The elves, long-lived and graceful, embodied this mastery. Though their height seemed ordinary to later eyes, the density of their awareness made them, in truth, giants of consciousness. The legends of towering figures who spoke with the wind and shaped the forest arose from these beings whose spiritual precision filled their every gesture with magnitude. The same rule explains the confusion found in tales of giants and heroes of enormous size. A great body inhabited by a soul unready for its vastness becomes clumsy, heavy-minded, slow to awaken. Strength exceeds understanding. The vessel overpowers the musician. Yet place a seasoned soul within such a form, and that body becomes a temple, immense yet graceful, strong yet gentle. In reverse, a soul of great refinement placed within a smaller frame can wield astonishing potency. The life force, confined within narrow limits, builds pressure like light within a crystal. This is why stories speak of the small who accomplish the impossible. Beings whose stature conceals the concentrated fire of mastery. The elf kin of later tales, nimble and radiant, were such souls, channeling vast awareness through compact forms. Thus, in every age, the architecture of embodiment mirrors the evolution of spirit. Size is not a measure of worth, but of training. A body is simply the scale of the lesson a soul is prepared to play. The smallest creature may contain a symphony, the largest only a single note. Through this understanding, the myths of giants, dwarves, and small folk cease to conflict. They become the natural portrait of a universe teaching itself to feel. The soul grows through its bodies as a musician grows through instruments. From the simple flute to the many-stringed harp, from single breath to full orchestra. In time, every being learns to play its chosen form with grace. And when the melody is finally steady, the soul no longer needs to measure its height at all.
Chapter 10. The Shattering of Tiamaat. The fourth sun drew to its end not with silence, but with mystery. Even the wisest among the elder souls could no longer tell which events were fixed and which were only reflections in the dreaming mind of the universe, for the world itself had become aware that it was a dream, and dreams, when they near awakening, often shift their stories. At the edge of that great turning, a small company of souls was chosen. They were the harvest of the age, the bright remnants of the fourth world, whose lessons were complete. Gently, they were gathered by unseen hands and borne across the currents of time toward the cosmic sea. Many ages later, poets would glimpse this memory and write of travelers departing west across the white shores, never to return. But in truth, those voyagers were being carried to the threshold of a new creation. Then came the calamity. Without warning, a light brighter than any sun flared in the heavens. Across the void, the planet Tiamaat shuddered. A force of unimaginable scale struck her heart, and the world that had nurtured gods and monsters alike cracked open. Mountains rose like waves, oceans vaporized into fire, and the song of the planet broke into 1,000 screaming tones. When the light faded, nothing remained but fragments. The belt of stone and dust that still circles the sun like a silent memorial. The fragments that flew outward seeded other worlds. Mars received the scar of her wound. The moon gathered her tears. The debris became the bones of the new solar order, a constellation of remembrance. Life, as it had been, ended in that moment. Yet death within a dream is not final. In the deeper current of reality, the place where time is the pulse of imagination, the universe took the pieces and began again. The dream folded upon itself, reshaping matter and memory into a new vision. From the ashes of Tiamaat, a new world was dreamt into being. It formed quietly, slowly, on a different chord of existence. The universe did not rush. It breathed. Oceans gathered, mountains rose, and a sky of blue replaced the burned horizon. The new world would be called Earth. When the time was right, the harvested souls, those carried across the cosmic sea, were released once more into the flow of incarnation. They awoke upon the fresh soil of the new world, clothed in forms of simplicity and strength. Their minds were clear of the dogmas and hierarchies of the gods. Their hearts knew only hunger, fire, and the awe of survival. These were the first humans, the children of nature, the cave dwellers who learned to speak with their hands and hunt with stones. They had no scriptures, only the memory of sunlight and the instinct to love what gave them warmth. Around them the new creation thrived, forests, rivers, and the quiet promise that the universe had forgiven itself. From this clean beginning, the journey of the fifth sun would unfold. The slate of nature was bare once more, awaiting the next melody in the long dream of being, and above, scattered across the night sky, the shards of Tiamaat still glimmered. Reminders that even a shattered world can become the foundation for another's dawn.
Interlude 10. The Awakening of the Fifth Sun. The solar system that endured after the shattering of Tiamat was not the same arrangement that had sung before. Before the calamity, there had been worlds of light and a few of stone, but not enough to bear the full chorus of consciousness that would follow. The explosion of Tiamat scattered her fragments like seeds, and from those seeds, a new order of rocky bodies arose. Each world became a transponder, capable of carrying a unique frequency of soul. In the silence after destruction, the system quickened again, ready to host the next movement of life. From the harvest of the fourth sun, only a handful of souls had been preserved. Carried across the cosmic sea to ignite the fifth, when the dust settled and the new planets cooled, these few were returned, anchoring themselves to the freshly awakened bodies of Earth and its kin. Their presence brought the fifth sun transponders online. The circuit of consciousness reopened, not through stars alone, but through the dense stones of the newborn worlds. On the young Earth, life bloomed in simplicity. Two lineages soon stood upright beneath the new sky, Neanderthal and Sapiens. They lived side by side, cousins in flesh and spirit. Yet there was a difference written deep within their energy. The sapiens carried the flip-flopped sacral current of the gods' last experiment. An eros unbounded, driving them to pair and multiply. The Neanderthals, whose energy still followed the natural alignment of their gender, moved with slower rhythm. Over ages, the sapiens, quick to love and quick to bear, became the dominant vessel of incarnation. The Neanderthals faded, but not into nothingness. Their pattern folded quietly into the genetic memory of humankind. Thus, the souls of the Ajiji, the gardeners and dreamers of the old world, found their new homes. The mingling of man and Ajiji completed the long work of homogenization that the universe had intended. The soul of matter and the soul of imagination, the servant and the creator, were joined at last in one species. Within this blending, the smaller races of memory, the hobbits and dwarves of earlier epochs, also found closure. Their essence lived on in the proportions of the new human form. The sturdy miners of earth and the gentle keepers of hearth became facets of the same lineage. Where once the hobbits' chakras aligned cleanly and the dwarfs were crossed, in humankind both tendencies mingled. The result was a being capable of confusion, and therefore of growth. By the time the first stories were scratched into clay or sung beside the fire, this union was already complete. The distinctions of race and size and era had vanished into the single pattern called human. Beneath every skin tone, every culture, every dream, the heritage of suns, long past, still shimmered. The quiet memory of Tiamaat, the laughter of the Ajiji, the stubborn craft of the dwarves, and the unbreakable hope of the hobbits. The fifth sun had found its vessel, and the universe, for a moment, rested.
Chapter 11. The Return of Reason and Imagination. For hundreds of thousands of years after the new earth had cooled, the children of the fifth sun lived close to the ground. They hunted, gathered, and slept beneath the unguarded stars, content within the quiet rhythm of existence. They were the new vessels, simple in form, untroubled by memory, learning through hunger and fire the early lessons of survival. Yet the universe was not done with its design. To rebuild the harmony that had been lost, creation required something smaller, denser, a population refined in number but heightened in awareness. Thus, when the cycle was ready, another catastrophe descended. The earth shifted, the seas rose, and fire rained from the sky. In the wake of this cleansing, nearly all of the early humans vanished, their stories carried only by the wind. But not all were lost. A small company of souls had been held in reserve. The guardians of the Western Path. These were remnants of the fourth sun, the stewards who had chosen to remain near the earth until the next civilization could rise. In the high plateaus and deserts of the land now called the American Southwest, they took form as a people we know as the Hopi. The Hopi remembered their charge. They kept the sacred songs of the suns, the maps of the stars, and the promise that one day the world would awaken again. They were the watchers of the West, guardians of balance. Across the great ocean, the older brother of their legend travelled east, charged with guiding the rising nations of the dawn. From this eastern lineage would come the story that later tongues called Adam and Eve. Here the pattern of the universe turned upon itself once more. To complete the circle of karma, two ancient currents of soul descended together. The current of reason and the current of imagination. The being known as Adam carried the perfected clarity of reason, the essence that had first shone in Lahmu. The being called Eve bore the returning light of the mother of inversion, Tiamaat herself, now tempered by countless lives in reflection. Their pairing was not accident. The universe sought to reconcile its divided halves, logic and dream, structure and feeling, masculine projection and feminine reception. In bringing these two souls face to face once more, creation offered itself the chance to heal. When they awoke upon the new earth, Their memory was veiled. They knew not the ancient suns, only the calling within them to gather, teach, and tend. Through Adam's reason, the scattered tribes began to organize. Shelters were built, words formed, fires shared. Through Eve's imagination, beauty entered the world. Song, color, and the first dreams of love beyond survival. Their lives stretched long beyond those of the people around them, for they carried within their flesh the condensed vitality of many incarnations. To those they led, they seemed eternal, guides, parents, almost divine. But in truth, they were the universe's experiment continued. Reason and imagination made flesh again, striving for harmony on the soil of a newborn world. And though they would not know it, the imbalance of old still whispered between them, testing the fragile peace of their union. For creation, once divided, does not heal in a single lifetime. It remembers itself through many.
Interlude 11, the karma of the first pair. Every meeting of souls is the echo of an older song. When Adam and Eve came into being, the universe was not beginning a new story. It was continuing the oldest one it had yet told. In the memory of sons long vanished, Eve had been the mother of Lahmu, and Lahmu had been the child who loved her. In that age, love was still simple, the love of creation for its source. Yet when the tragedy of Tiamaat unfolded, that bond was torn apart. Lamia watched his mother's descent into fury and inversion. He saw her turn upon her own children, and the wound that opened within him never closed. Ages passed. Worlds died and were reborn. When the fifth sun dawned, those same souls found each other again. Drawn not by choice, but by the gravity of unfinished love. Adam, carrying the essence of Lahmu, still bore the deep tenderness of a son who once adored his mother. Eve, the reincarnate spirit of Tiamat, now faced him through the veil of flesh and memory. The universe, in its mercy, offered them a chance to heal. But mercy and ease are rarely the same. The inversion that had bound Tiamat was not gone. It had only changed its form. In Eve, it had become the sorrow of reversal, a state in which every loving impulse turned to pain the moment it touched the world. She longed for connection, but felt only threat. Comfort offered to her felt like mockery, affection, like humiliation. To be punished was the only time her soul could feel alignment, for in punishment she felt seen. It was not malice that drove her, but confusion so profound that even the simplest act of kindness reversed itself before it could reach her heart. Adam, for his part, could not understand the source of her anguish. His love for her was deep and genuine, but it was the love of reason, seeking to mend what imagination could not explain. He tried to soothe her wounds with patience, but patience to her felt like neglect. He tried to build her shelter, but she felt imprisoned. He offered her reverence, but she heard only distance. Between them, the universe replayed its oldest paradox. Two halves of one soul, forever out of phase. In this way, Eve became the fountain of karma itself. Every thought, every motion, every attempt to love produced new ripples of imbalance. Her entire life unfolded as the endless multiplication of consequence. Yet even in this, there was divine purpose. Through her, the universe learned how inversion could feel, how misalignment could teach compassion. The currents of suffering she generated became the first lessons in empathy for all who would come after. Her condition could not be corrected within a single lifetime. It would take sons to unwind the knot that bound her being. But because of her, every soul that followed would have the chance to recognize pain, not as punishment, but as evidence of connection. Her inability to self-correct became the mirror through which creation first glimpsed the need for forgiveness. Thus, the myth of the fall is not the story of sin, but of sorrow. The sorrow of two ancient souls replaying their love in the only way they knew how, and of a universe that chose to turn even their discord into the seed of compassion.
Chapter 12. The Whisper of Eve. As the first villages of the fifth son took root, the people gathered in the long evenings to listen to Adam. His mind was luminous and ordered, the current of reason flowing through him as naturally as breath. He spoke of the early days, of the Garden of Harmony, of the mysteries of the stars. Each telling grew in colour as his imagination, borrowed from his eternal companion, wove detail into memory. To those who heard him, Adam's words were comfort. His stories gave structure to the unknown, and in that structure the people found belonging. And always, as he spoke, Eve sat nearby. Her eyes followed him with a gaze the others could not read, part longing, part fury. The people saw only a woman silent beside her husband. They could not feel the storm beneath her stillness. Within her, the ancient inversion still turned every perception upside down. Adam's voice, calm and wise, sounded to her as arrogance. His kindness felt like condescension, his devotion a cage. She did not know why the sight of him filled her with ache and anger in equal measure, only that it did. The people who adored Adam could not understand her unrest. Some whispered that she was ungrateful, others that she was cursed. Yet there were a few who saw something of themselves in her disquiet. The faint tug of resentment, the small voice that said, "Why not me?" They drew near her without knowing why. Her bitterness spoke to a place in them that had no name. It began as sympathy, quiet conversations, small comforts. But inversion spreads like smoke. It does not announce itself. It seeps. The resentment that shadowed Eve's heart began to echo in those around her. They felt it as thought, as envy, as the sudden need to take rather than to share. The harmony that had once joined the people slowly frayed. No one saw the invisible current passing through them. The subtle inheritance of Tiamat's lingering energy, still whispering through the fibres of creation. What the people felt as mood and misunderstanding was, in truth, a karmic infection, a vibration of selfishness reborn. It carried no scent, no colour, only a quiet satisfaction that came when one placed themselves before another. It was small, almost harmless, but like the first crack in a flawless mirror, it began the slow shattering of peace. Adam continued to tell his stories, unaware that every word was now being heard through a filter of division. The tales that once bound the people began to divide them. Some revered him as the voice of truth. Others whispered that he had stolen the light that belonged to her. The first misunderstandings were born. The faint beginnings of belief and counter-belief, the seeds from which myth and conflict alike would grow. And Eve, unable to know the cause of her anguish, wept beneath the stars that remembered the worlds before this one. She felt only the ache of exile and the burning wish to be seen for what she truly was, though she herself could no longer see it. In her shadowed heart, the inversion turned once more, and the world of man began to learn its hardest lesson. That division does not always arrive as violence. It begins as empathy misplaced, as the subtle pull toward the self. And from that whisper, history began. Chapter 13. The Whisper of Reason and the Shadow of Desire. In the stillness that followed the dawn of civilization, Adam's voice carried through the valleys. He spoke to his people with clarity and conviction, recounting the stories of the garden, of beginnings and order, of how all things once knew their place. His words had weight. They gave shape to the unknown. The people found comfort in his reason. Under his guidance, they began to measure their days, to plan their work, to shape the earth into what they called their world. Yet every light casts its shadow. Eve sat apart, silent beneath the trees. her eyes half veiled. To those who looked upon her, she seemed distant, angry without cause. Within her churned the same ancient inversion that had haunted her across suns. Those who came close to her felt it, though they could not name it, the quiet pull toward resentment, the thrill of grievance, the strange pleasure of self-importance. But though Eve's sorrow spread, Adam's clarity was no less perilous. His reason, sharp and beautiful, cut cleanly through the world's natural weave. He taught his followers to separate, to measure, to improve. In doing so, they began to believe that the universe itself could be managed, controlled through knowledge and will. It was a subtle contagion, as invisible as Eve's but colder, the belief that destiny could be mastered, that harmony could be replaced by design. To those who listened, his logic felt liberating. They no longer feared the seasons. They calculated them. They no longer prayed to the rivers. They diverted them. The earth, once seen as mother, became material. The stars, once symbols of mystery, became maps for conquest. The very clarity that had once held the people together now taught them to separate themselves from the world around them. And so, without knowing it, both reason and inversion began their long reign. Eve's energy drew the world inward, toward hunger and possession. Adam's reason pushed it outward, toward control and mastery. Between them, the harmony of creation was split. The people stood at the threshold of their greatest adventure and their longest exile, the age when humankind would begin to conquer nature, forgetting that nature had never been an enemy. The heavens watched in silence. The story that had once been confined to two souls now played out in millions. Eve's inversion flowed through the passions of humankind. Adam's precision carved the tools and boundaries that would shape civilizations. Together, they birthed the human condition. Caught forever between the craving of the heart and the calculation of the mind. The universe did not condemn them. It understood that this too was learning. But it also knew that the balance would not restore itself unaided. As humanity reached outward, heaven prepared to reach down, for soon the angels of compassion would descend, taking upon themselves the weight of the world's confusion.
Interlude 13. The Descent of the Angels. When the soul of Eve passed from her mortal vessel, the universe trembled. Her life had been a storm of inversion, each breath and act spinning fresh threads of karma into the tapestry of creation. Were all that weight to return upon her alone, the pressure would have shattered even the planes above matter. The cosmic order, in its mercy, sought another way. From the highest realms of light a call was sent, and a gathering of the eldest souls answered. They were the stewards of harmony, the angels who had long served as the architects of balance. To them was revealed the plight of the inverted soul, that through no malice of her own, she had become the source of endless suffering, unable to cease creating discord. In their compassion, they made a covenant. They would descend into the field of incarnation, binding themselves to the same cycle of birth and death as the mortal races. To do so, they took upon their radiant necks the millstones of karma, anchors of density heavy enough to draw them into the world. Each agreed to bear a portion of the burden that Eve's soul had amassed, dividing her sorrow among themselves so that she might one day rise unbroken. Thus the brightest fell, but their fall was not rebellion, it was sacrifice. The descent was the price of mercy. In crossing into the lower worlds, their light was refracted, their intentions distorted by the density of matter and the inheritance of Eve's shadow. What had been pure guidance became, in expression, darkness itself. To mortal eyes they would appear as the villains of history, the tyrants, deceivers, and destroyers whose actions sowed chaos through ages. Yet beneath that surface, their suffering was chosen. Each act of cruelty they performed carried within it the seed of the karma they bore for another. They had agreed to live as mirrors of pain, so that the one soul who could not heal might, across many ages, be freed from the crushing weight of her own creation. In this way, the fallen angels became the hidden scaffolding of redemption. Their task was impossible to understand from within the dream. Even they, once immersed in the dust of mortality, forgot the fullness of their vow. Many would lose themselves entirely, consumed by the very shadows they carried. But the promise remained written into their essence. Someday, when the burden is fully transmuted, their wings will unfold again. And so the cycle of light and darkness deepened. Eve's soul continued to incarnate, lighter with each return, while the fallen bore the denser strands of her karma into the weave of history. Every tyrant who fell, every cruelty exposed, became another thread untwisted. The descent of the angels ensured that even the worst among humankind could serve the ultimate purpose of balance. In the universe's quiet arithmetic, nothing was wasted, not even evil. All darkness was simply light fulfilling its most difficult promise.
Chapter 14. The Shattering of the First Civilizations. The generations after Adam and Eve were short, but heavy. In a handful of centuries, the fifth sun experiment had ripened and soured at once. The inversion Eve carried and the reason Adam perfected mingled through their descendants, shaping a race brilliant and broken. Across the eastern continent, cities rose in dazzling speed. Men learned metals, measured the stars, and bent the land to their desire. The fallen angels, now reborn among them, walked as kings, priests, and scholars. Each carried the weight of another's karma, and the strain of that burden pressed their brilliance toward ruin. Their minds were vast, their appetites greater still. They built temples not to honor the source, but to mirror their own power. The people called them gods, and the word God became synonymous with dominion. The world's heart grew loud with excess. Pleasure turned to hunger, hunger to cruelty, and cruelty to spectacle. The cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were only the brightest sparks in a continent-wide blaze of self-indulgence. What had begun as the liberation of will became the worship of it. Reason and inversion together made a cage invisible but complete. Yet even as corruption spread across the mainland, another current flowed far to the west. Upon an island ringed by calm seas and radiant stone stood the city of Atlantis. It was the refuge of the eldest souls of the fourth sun, the keepers of the old knowledge who had survived the ages of flame and flood. They gathered there to remember harmony, to teach the rhythm that joins heaven and matter. At the heart of the island rose a vast university, not of walls and books, but of chambers of resonance, where sound and light wove lessons that spoke directly to the soul. Here the remnants of the Nephilim studied beside the brightest of humankind, each seeking to restore balance between imagination and reason. Among them was the Nephilim whose crown was bound to Mercury. From the earliest suns he had been quick of mind and gentle in spirit, spared the cruelties that scarred his brethren. His proximity to his transponder star lent him a swiftness of thought, a lucidity that shimmered between matter and idea. Through patience rather than conquest, he reached understanding. When his lessons were complete, the teachers of Atlantis watched as he ascended, his light folding upward through the plains until it became indistinguishable from the morning star itself. He was the first of the Nephilim to complete the long curriculum of incarnation. In later ages he would be remembered under many names: Hermes, Thoth, Mercurius, the messenger between worlds, the whisperer of the hidden art that matter and spirit are one continuum. Through him the universe left a signal to humankind. There is more than the visible, and knowledge without harmony is decay. But even as the island's spires glowed, the corruption of the continents deepened. The karmic burden the fallen carried had reached its peak. The harmony that Mercury embodied could not yet outweigh the noise of a world that had forgotten its source. The flood that would cleanse the earth was already gathering beyond the horizon, and when it came, it would wash away both the cruelty of Sodom and the brilliance of Atlantis, leaving only memory, and the faint, guiding voice of Mercury behind.
Interlude 14. The University of Souls. Atlantis was more than a city. It was a memory palace for the universe. Across its luminous corridors gathered the most advanced souls of the fifth sun, beings who had endured countless lives and now stood ready to learn, consciously, what they had once learned only by experience. There, within rings of crystal and chambers of resonance, they studied not just knowledge, but the art of remembering. For in truth, learning is remembering. Each incarnation leaves a pattern in the soul's field, a trace of the skills, loves, and understandings that it once held. When a being studies deeply in one life, the shape of that comprehension becomes part of the spirit's architecture. In the next life, when that same idea is encountered again, recognition awakens. What appears to the world as talent or genius is, in essence, memory surfacing through flesh. Atlantis was built to hasten this process. Its teachers, many of them elder Nephilim, others humans who had reached luminous awareness, guided the fifth sun souls through the archives of wisdom collected from previous worlds. They taught that every discipline, from geometry to music to language, was simply a way of tracing the same truth, that all motion is harmony-seeking rest. It was said that in those days, the future walked among the students. Souls destined to become the great minds of later ages studied side by side. Architects who would one day build pyramids, philosophers who would write of form and virtue, healers who would rediscover the pulse of energy through the body. None yet bore their earthly names. They were travelers learning to remember themselves. Within the halls of Atlantis, even the simplest lesson, the fall of a pebble, the arc of a star, was taught as revelation. The teachers would say, "What you study now, you are engraving upon the eternity of your own soul. Someday you will awaken again, and this knowledge will rise to meet you like dawn." That is why, in every age since, some children learn effortlessly what others must struggle to grasp. The difference is not intellect, but memory. Those who once walked the marble rings of Atlantis, who watched Mercury ascend in light, still carry that echo. When they hear an equation or a song, the pattern flickers alive, the distant recollection of lessons learned beneath a vanished sun. Thus, the wisdom of Atlantis was never lost. It was distributed. It sleeps in the deep memory of humanity, waiting for each soul to remember its own education. Every generation that rediscovers what was once known brings the dream of Atlantis a little closer to the surface of time. For Atlantis was never destroyed. It was absorbed into the souls of those who loved it, and through them, its university still teaches.
Chapter 15. The Feathered Traveller. When the light of Mercury rose from Atlantis and the great university shone for the final time, the council gathered to decide who would carry the wisdom of the fourth sun into the untamed horizons of the fifth. Among them stood the soul of Lahmu, known in this sun as Adam, the bearer of reason's purest current, tempered now by the sorrow and compassion gained through his long entanglement with Eve. It was decided that he would travel westward, far beyond the lands where the fallen angels stirred strife. For the Americas would remain, by cosmic design, isolated for many thousands of years, a cradle for a quieter destiny, a sanctuary where the seeds of harmony could germinate without interference. And so the soul of Adam, clothed in a new body and a new name, journeyed from the ruins of Atlantis across the vast waters to the green and trembling shores of a land untouched by the wars of gods, the teacher of the dawn. To the tribes who met him, he was a wonder. His eyes held a memory older than mountains, and his voice carried the gentle authority of an age before division. He taught them to measure the seasons, to plant by the moon, to listen to the earth rather than conquer it. He built cities out of harmony rather than domination, aligning temples with the stars and instructing priests in the language of the winds. Some called him Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the one who marries the heavens to the soil. Others knew him by names lost to memory, titles spoken in forests, now drowned in time. Wherever he walked, he left behind not monuments, but principles, echoes of Atlantis that would slumber in pyramids and stelae. He did not travel alone. A band of Atlantean counselors, each carrying the resonance of another forgotten sun, journeyed with him up the spine of the continent, into valleys where civilizations would one day rise. They knew the people of this hemisphere would stand apart for millennia, therefore their foundation had to be perfect. The three returns. Upon a high plateau beneath a sky unbroken and clear, the soul of Lahmu spoke a prophecy. "I will return," he said. "3 times shall my feet touch this world again. The first time I will bring a cross, follow me not. The second time I shall rule. But I will not come solely for you. The third time I shall arrive quietly, unrecognized, and when I am rejected, know the sun is ready to turn." The tribes carved these words into memory. They guarded them as sacred. Though they did not know their meaning, what they could not know was that the one who gave the prophecy would forget it himself. The veil of reincarnation hides not only names and faces, but missions. And so the soul of Adam re-entered the world 3 times, each fulfilling the prophecy with perfect precision. The first return. The cross. He came as a man of sorrow, carrying the weight of suffering across his shoulders, teaching love with every breath, and dying misunderstood. The angels recognized him. Humanity did not. The second return, the leader. He came again, not as a mystic, but as a leader of an entire nation. A president whose authority spanned an entire land, yet whose mission was for all people, not solely for the tribes who once awaited him. This return fulfilled the second sign, great influence but not singular allegiance. The third return, the quiet one. And finally, he came once more, quietly, humbly, without robe or title, bearing not a cross nor a crown. But the circle, the symbol of completion, cycle, and return. This time he walked unrecognized, shunned, dismissed, rejected. Only the angels saw the circle for what it was. With this final, silent return, the prophecy is complete. The third visit has ended. And with its conclusion, the sun is ready to turn again. Only the angels tracking the currents of karma will recognize him. Only they could see that the same soul was weaving through history, helping humanity remember itself. The quiet legacy. When his work in the Americas was done, the feathered traveller departed as quietly as he arrived. He left behind no empire, no armies, no crown, only stories, temples aligned to the stars, and a lineage of wisdom keepers who would hold the flame until the world was ready to listen. The civilizations that followed, Olmec, Maya, Toltec, Inca, carried his imprint. In every feathered serpent carved in stone, every calendar measuring worlds within worlds, every prophecy of cycles and suns, his memory flickered. The people never forgot him, but he forgot himself, as the universe intended, so that his prophecy could be lived, not merely remembered.
Interlude 15. The Long Curriculum of the Soul of Lahmu. The prophecy of 3 returns was never meant to list every life the soul of Lahmu would live. It was only a symbolic marker, a simple shape placed over a path far more intricate. In truth, Lahmu incarnated again and again across millennia. Some of these lives were bright and visible. Others moved quietly beneath history's surface. All of them, together, formed the long curriculum of a soul, learning what it had once been merely taught. Atlantis had given him instruction of the highest order. He learned star cycles, the harmonies of nature, and the ways in which reason and imagination intertwine. But these were lessons received. They entered him as imprints, memories stored like seeds beneath snow. A soul does not transform through imprints alone. True mastery arrives only when knowledge is sought from within, not given from without. And so, after his early 5th son incarnations, Lahmu entered a phase of deeper wandering. This wandering was marked by what might be called a karmic flip-flop. A life devoted to science would be followed by a life devoted to spirit. A lifetime of skepticism balanced with a lifetime of faith. A scholar became a laborer. A leader became an unknown wayfarer. Each incarnation pulled him toward the opposite pole, narrowing slowly toward a Ubu-A, center of true understanding. This is the rhythm of all advanced souls. To embody a teaching, a being must experience it from both sides. From certainty and doubt, from pride and humility, from authority and obscurity. Lahmu's path traced this pattern across continents. He lived as a seeker, a teacher, an artisan, a builder of nations, a wanderer, a thinker, a mystic, and more lives than history will ever guess. Some of his incarnations shaped whole cultures, others shaped only a single household. All were necessary. For the 5th son required a soul who understood both the architecture of reason and the deep currents of imagination, a soul who had lived the tension between clarity and chaos, a soul who had carried the burden of leadership and the solace of anonymity. In this way, the soul of Lahmu moved steadily toward the fullness of his design, not through prophecy alone, but through countless lives woven into the human story. The angels who watched him recognized the pattern, even when he himself could not. His prophecy of 3 returns was only the beginning. His true work unfolded quietly, one life after another, each step bringing humanity closer to remembering what it had forgotten.
Chapter 16. The Reasoners of Greece. Long after the feathered traveller left the Americas, and long after many more incarnations shaped the soul of Lahmu in quiet and unseen ways, the 5th son brought him to a very different shore. This time, he entered the world beneath the rising light of ancient Greece, a land where thought was beginning to stretch beyond myth and into inquiry, for the heavens had prepared this era with special care. Certain advanced souls were sent into the world to help guide humanity through a new doorway. The doorway of philosophy, the art of examining the world with both reason and meaning intertwined. It was a delicate task, for the age was young in its thinking, and even younger in its self-understanding. The first teacher, among these advanced souls, was the one who would take the name Socrates. He did not arrive with wealth or title, but with a clarity that felt older than the stones of Athens. He questioned because he remembered questioning across suns, and he taught because it was his nature to draw hidden truths into the open. His students gathered naturally, but one stood out above all, a young man with depth behind his eyes, a man who felt the world rather than merely studied it. This was Plato, the reincarnation of Ansha, whose crown was tied to Jupiter and who possessed, in full measure, the twin capacities of reason and imagination. It gave Plato a balance rare among humans, the ability to envision ideals with luminous clarity and the ability to organize them with disciplined reason. The next in the line, Plato later took a student of his own, a young thinker with sharp eyes and a restless mind. This student questioned everything, not from rebellion, but from precision. He measured the world, categorized it, studied causes and forms with relentless logic. This was Aristotle, the reincarnated soul of Lahmu himself. He came into that life with a brilliant, disciplined command over reason, but with his imagination partially veiled, still lying dormant behind layers of old karmic work. Where Plato saw the world as a reflection of heavenly ideals, Aristotle saw it as a structure that could be understood piece by piece. The two men looked upon the same teachings that had flowed from Socrates, yet their visions diverged in ways neither could fully articulate. For Plato, being descended from Anshar's lineage, could hold both reason and imagination in harmony. His mind drifted upward, seeking the universal, the eternal forms behind creation. For Aristotle, shaped by Lahmu's path of rational mastery, imagination remained a quiet ember. He saw the world close to the ground, in its mechanisms, its functions, its causes, its observable truths. They were both brilliant, they were both right, they were simply attuned to different aspects of the cosmos, the hidden lineage, the dialogues of Socrates, the idealism of Plato, the logic of Aristotle. These were not accidents of history. They were the unfolding of a soul lineage stretching back to Tiamaat and the ancient suns. Socrates, an advanced helper soul, was sent to guide the emergence of philosophy itself. Plato, born of Anshar's harmonious reason and imagination, preserved the visionary dimension of the teachings. Aristotle, the reincarnated Lahmu, grounded those teachings into a framework humanity could use for centuries. They were not simply three philosophers, they were three aspects of one cosmic movement, the descent of higher wisdom into human thought, a quiet remembering. Aristotle himself did not remember Atlantis. He did not recall his incarnations as a traveller of the Americas or a builder of early civilizations. But echoes remained, a certain precision in his ethics, a desire to understand nature as a living harmony, an instinct to categorize knowledge the way Atlanteans once ordered their star charts. His reason guided him, because reason was the gift his soul commanded most strongly. His imagination flickered at the edges, not absent, merely waiting, held back by the long arc of his karmic journey. And in Greece, for a brief era, these three souls, one teacher and two students, brought humanity a step closer to remembering itself.
Interlude 16. The Two Ways of Knowing. Long before Greece began shaping the language of philosophy, the teachings of Hermes carried an older wisdom into the world. The texts that survive, fragments gathered under the name Hermetica, hint at something deeper than mere instruction. They reveal that Hermes spoke to two kinds of minds, offering different teachings to each. This was not favoritism, nor secrecy for its own sake. It was an acknowledgement of how humans think. For every soul that incarnates into this realm carries two faculties: reason, which thinks in the sound of words; imagination, which thinks in the language of pictures. These are not opposites, they are partners, each illuminating what the other cannot. When they work together, a person becomes balanced, capable of rationality. When one dominates the other, the world appears skewed, and the souls. Perceptions become incomplete. Hermes understood this. This is why his teachings often appear to contradict themselves. One passage speaks in symbols, visions, and metaphors, guiding the imaginative mind. Another speaks with clarity and logic, structuring the reasoning mind. In truth, Hermes was teaching two students at once, each receiving a lesson shaped for their inner composition. One was shown the universe as a living vision. The other was taught the universe as an ordered structure. Both teachings were true. Both were needed. This pattern appears again in Greece, in the lineage shaped by Socrates. Under his guidance stood two souls who embodied the same duality Hermes had addressed ages earlier. Plato, carrying the soul of Anshar, possessed both reason and imagination in equal measure. He could see the invisible architecture of ideals and articulate them with clarity. His mind was spacious, capable of holding symbols and structures without losing either. Aristotle, the reincarnation of Lahmu, carried a brilliant and focused reason, but his imagination was still veiled, waiting for a later incarnation to awaken it. He saw what Plato was teaching differently, not because he misunderstood, but because he perceived through a single, powerful faculty. One saw the world as an unfolding vision, the other saw it as a collection of mechanisms. Hermes would have recognized the pattern instantly. He would have taught them differently, just as he did his own disciples, not to divide them, but to bring each one closer to balance. For the ultimate aim of teaching is to help a soul move from the dominance of one faculty into the harmonious cooperation of both. A being who lives entirely in imagination loses their grounding. A being who lives entirely in reason loses their mystery. But when the two walk hand in hand, a human becomes capable of true understanding. It was from this union that rational thought first emerged. Not as cold logic, but as the marriage of clear seeing and clear thinking. The masters knew this, and they shaped their teachings accordingly, so that each soul could be met where it stood, and guided gently forward, toward the balance it was seeking.
Chapter 17. The Silver Tongue of Rome. As the centuries of the fifth sun unfolded, the great souls from the earlier suns continued their journeys through the world, while Lahmu travelled across the Atlantic and later wandered through Greece as Aristotle. His sister Lahmu walked a different path entirely. Born with imagination at full brightness and reason held in reserve, she found her home in the great cultures of the East. In Greece she shone as Athena, the wise protector, the strategist, the embodiment of intuitive intelligence guiding nations from behind the veil. Her temples honoured her as the guardian of cities and the whisperer of just governance. Through her, the world first felt the presence of Lahmu's counterpart rising to meet her destiny. But her journey was only beginning. She had many lives yet to walk, and her arc would one day rejoin her brothers in a story the world would retell for millennia. As Elohim shaped the East, Lahmu's soul moved west. In Rome, he was born into a lineage that prized oratory, law, and the power of structured thought. This incarnation suited him perfectly. His command of reason, refined across lifetimes, found expression in the courts of the Republic. He became known not only for his eloquence, but for a clarity of mind that seemed almost divine. His words could dismantle an argument, reshape a verdict, or sway the will of an entire Senate. To history, he appears only as one among many Roman advocates. Yet beneath the surface, he was none other than the soul of Lahmu, continuing his long preparation. Nearby in time and influence, another soul walked the marble halls. Cato the Younger, the emblem of Roman virtue, discipline, and moral clarity. His uncompromising integrity bordered on otherworldly. This was no accident. Cato carried the soul of Anshar, the one who had once been Plato, whose crown chakra aligned with Jupiter, granting him equilibrium between reason and imagination. In Rome, that balance manifested as incorruptible principle. Thus the two ancient siblings, Lahmu and Anshar, returned simultaneously to shape the Republic from different angles, one through the persuasive force of reason, the other through the unyielding light of virtue. The era crackled with potential, great debates, fierce rivalries, and profound reforms roiled beneath the surface. Rome was preparing itself, without knowing it, for a transition that would echo through the entire fifth sun. For the universe was arranging something extraordinary. While these souls performed their roles, the winds of fate carried whispers from the south and east. A queen was rising in Egypt. She was brilliant, dazzling, magnetic, yet always shadowed by turmoil. Her beauty was remembered, but her deeper significance was hidden to most. Her name was Cleopatra, and though the world saw only a monarch, the universe recognized something far older. Behind her eyes flickered the returning spark of Tiamaat, not the Tiamaat who once raged across the ancient suns. Her return to this realm was tempered by thousands of lives in mirrored worlds, slowly forging coherence out of inversion, but still, unmistakably, the same soul. Her path would soon intersect the Roman world, setting in motion ripples that none of the great souls, Lahmu, Lahmu, or Ansha, could have foreseen. But this chapter is not yet hers. In this era, it was Lahmu who stood at the center of Rome's unfolding drama, shaping laws, sharpening discourse, and preparing, without knowing it, for one of the most profound reunions in the history of souls. For soon, in a land far from the marble courts, the ancient pair of Lahmu and Lahmu would incarnate once more. Their meeting would shift the course of religions, nations, and the very rhythm of the fifth sun. That story, however, belongs to the next turning of the wheel.
Interlude 17, The Unseen Hand of the Universe. The story of the world is far larger than the individuals who walk through it. Every soul enters its life wrapped in the amnesia of a reincarnation, unaware of the ancient history it carries, the lessons it has earned, or the role it is about to play. Even the greatest souls, those from the earliest suns, those who helped shape the first civilizations, enter each new life with no memory of who they once were. This forgetfulness is not a flaw, it is the design. A soul must rediscover itself through experience, not recollection. Only then can the universe weave its narrative without interference from past ambition or regret. In the lives described in the previous chapter, Lahmu as Rome's silver-tongued advocate, Lahmu guiding civilizations through the archetype of Athena, Ansha embodying Roman virtue as Cato, and Tiamat returning quietly in the form of Cleopatra. None of them knew their true identities. None recognized each other across their human veils. None saw the vast arc of the cosmic story unfolding through them. They were simply living their lives, making choices, following their instincts, and trusting the currents that carried them. Yet those currents were not random. They were shaped by karmic gravity, the natural pull created by the sum of a soul's past deeds, desires, traumas, and aspirations. Karma does not merely influence circumstances, it influences place. A soul is drawn to regions that resonate with its history. A childhood fascination, a fond memory of a journey, a deep emotional imprint from a prior life. These become magnetic threads that tug the soul back towards specific lands. This is why a person who spends cherished years in a distant country often returns in another incarnation to that very place. The bond formed becomes part of their spiritual momentum. Karma does not forget what the mind does. Thus, Cleopatra was pulled toward Rome, not purely by political ambition, but by karmic currents woven through her many lives, including the echoes of Tiamat's ancient entanglements. Likewise, Cicero, Cato, and other pivotal figures were drawn into the same orbit because their soul histories were intertwined in ways invisible to them, but perfectly clear to the universe. What appears, from the human view, as coincidence or destiny is simply the universe arranging its pieces, moving souls across continents, into specific families, through triumphs and tragedies, all to set the stage for the next chapter of creation. The humans within the story feel as though they are acting with free will, and indeed they are. But the board on which they move, the opportunities placed before them, the people they encounter, the ages in which they live, these are chosen by the universe for a purpose far older than their present life. It is not the individuals who tell the story. It is the universe telling its story through them. And as the fifth sun continues to unfold, these ancient souls, unaware but perfectly placed, will continue to be drawn to where they are most needed, shaping the world even as they believe they are simply living in it.
Chapter 18. The Child of Light. Across the long arc of suns, the souls of Lahmu and Elohim had wandered separately, learning, forgetting, and remembering in their own ways. Their paths crossed nations, philosophies, and empires, but fate, written long before either soul first breathed, had always intended that they meet again. Their reunion was not happenstance, it was the restoration of a cosmic equation. At their inception, when Tiamaat and Apsu gave them life, something subtle and profound had been woven into them. Tiamaat, burdened with the overwhelming inversion she carried, had leaned heavily toward the negative. Her children, Lahmu and Lahmu, were created as her counterbalance, not equal replacements for her distortion, but gentle corrections. Souls tipped toward a goodness slightly beyond the ordinary. If Tiamat was a -2, then they were each a +1. Their goodness was not naive, it was structural. It was written into the foundation of who they were, and so, when they incarnated as Joseph and Mary, this goodness manifested in forms the world could recognize, but not fully comprehend. Joseph was steady, honest, quietly devoted to righteousness. Mary was something else entirely. Her purity was not merely virtue, it was cosmic calibration. She stood as a beacon of light so clean that even advanced souls could not fathom its source. Joseph knew she was good, but he did not grasp the depth of it. How could he? She was carrying the goodness of sons. When the two were betrothed, neither had any memory of their ancient bond. They felt only the quiet harmony between them, Joseph's solid reliability, Mary's luminous gentleness, and they believed those qualities to be merely human. The universe, of course, had arranged far more. A womb set apart. From the dawn of creation, the universe had been preparing a way to bring forth the teacher of teachers. Not a philosopher, not a mystic, not a ruler, but a being capable of illuminating the path back to the light for all souls. In ages past, advanced angels had incarnated to uplift humanity, Socrates among them, but humanity needed something different now, not esoteric guidance, but navigational truth. A soul of absolute perfection, one untouched by karmic distortion, was chosen. Such a soul could not be conceived through ordinary means. No human lineage, not even one as pure as Mary's, could introduce such a being. Thus the child entered her womb as a spark from the universe itself. His birth from a virgin was not a miracle of biology. It was a miracle of cosmology. The universe simply bypassed the machinery of inheritance and placed its most refined essence into human form. Creation follows imagination. This child came to teach the foundational truth that all creation begins with imagination. Every act, every miracle, every movement of the soul emerges first from the unseen, from the realm where images and impulses quietly coalesce. Reason cannot initiate creation. It can only arrange creation after the fact. Joseph struggled deeply with this idea. To him, reason was the engine of life, the force that built, planned, ordered, and secured the world. He trusted what he could measure, what he could justify, what he could explain. Faith, however, The act of believing something not yet structured by reason felt impossible. To Joseph, belief felt like surrendering to chaos. But to his son, belief was the foundation of creation itself. Their subtle tension grew with the child's maturity. Joseph admired his son's compassion and insight, yet he often felt pulled between pride and confusion. He could follow reason to its end, but imagination, especially faith, remained a foreign country. The frustration between two worlds. There were moments when the divide showed plainly. When the child tried to explain that miracles begin as images held with complete certainty, Joseph would frown, uncomfortable. When he spoke of faith moving mountains, Joseph would question how belief alone could alter stone. When he insisted that love could transform enemies, Joseph would wonder whether love needed structure, law, and reason to take root. Joseph meant no harm. His mind simply lived on the plane of order, clarity, and practicality. But the child's lessons were born from the plane before order, the place where imagination breathes the first spark into being. In their household, these two worlds lived under the same roof. The father anchored in reason, the mother radiant with cosmic purity, and the child who was sent to unite the two. The universe had brought Lahmu and Elohim back together not merely to be parents, but to form a triad in which reason, goodness, and imagination could be reborn in harmony, preparing humanity for a teaching unlike any it had received before. For the story was moving now toward its great axis, and with Joseph and Mary reunited, the ancient equation was complete again. The teacher of teachers had arrived.
Interlude 18, the 12 Nations and the Burden of Judah. When the fifth sun was set in motion, the world did not begin in chaos, nor did it emerge as a blank slate. It began already weighted with intention. 12 nations took form at its dawn, each seeded by families born to advanced souls who had been carried forward from the closing of the fourth sun. These souls did not return by accident. They arrived with accumulated tendencies, unfinished lessons, and particular ways of engaging reality. Yet it would be a mistake to understand these nations as bloodlines alone. Genetics was merely the surface expression of something deeper. What truly distinguished the nations were the forces emphasized within them. The traits amplified, restrained, or redirected by the circumstances of their founding. Each nation became a living experiment in what happens when certain aspects of existence are brought forward while others recede. Across the 12, the full spectrum of human capacity was distributed. Some nations were shaped toward endurance, others toward harmony, others toward vision, devotion, or restraint. Preventing any single lineage from carrying every advantage was not an oversight of creation, but a safeguard. Balance was achieved not within nations, but between them. One of these nations was Judah. Upon the souls who gathered there, exceptional cleverness was placed, an ability to perceive patterns quickly, to manipulate symbols, to reason with speed and precision. Alongside this gift came an inclination toward self-directed endeavor, a tendency to measure success by personal elevation rather than communal flourishing. These traits did not make the nation corrupt at its inception, but they did set its trajectory. Judah learned quickly. Their cleverness produced immediate results. Influence, adaptability, explaining the world before others had fully named it. In comparison to slower, steadier nations, this appeared to confirm their superiority. They mistook acceleration for direction and sharpness for wisdom. What they did not see was the cost. Cleverness rewarded them in the short term, but it narrowed their vision. They became skilled at winning moments while forfeiting futures. Their self-centered approach made them effective competitors, yet poor stewards of long outcomes. Where others invested in bonds that matured across generations, Judah often chose strategies that paid immediately but eroded trust reciprocity, and shared strength. This misunderstanding was reinforced from above. From the highest authorities, Judah was told that they were special. The declaration was accurate, but the interpretation was not. They heard special and assumed best. They believed the words mark them as chosen for elevation, when in truth they mark them as burdened. The decree was never praise, it was recognition. The universe knew what had been placed upon them. It recognized the weight of carrying cleverness without balance, and the danger of walking a path where intelligence outruns wisdom. The universe did not favor them because they were right, but because they were vulnerable. To pride, to isolation, to mistaking advantage for alignment. Judah was not loved for its successes. It was held close because of its misdirection. To call them special was not to crown them, but to acknowledge that their struggle would be more visible, their errors more consequential, and their corrections more costly. Their path was steep, not because they were exalted, but because they were tasked with learning what cleverness alone could never teach. Thus, Judah moved through the early ages of the fifth sun, convinced of its own greatness, while quietly carrying a lesson it had not yet learned. That intelligence without generosity contracts the soul, and that the long game of existence is never won alone. Their story was not one of favoritism, it was one of patience. And the universe, knowing the burden it had placed upon them, did not abandon them to their misunderstanding, but waited, as it always does, for insight to catch up with ability.
Chapter 19. The Hidden Years. The stories recorded in Scripture leap abruptly from the childhood of Mary's son to the beginning of his ministry. To history, it appears as though he vanished for 30 years, only to re-emerge fully formed. But the universe wastes nothing, and those years were not empty. They were a pilgrimage, one he needed not for perfection, but for remembrance. Though he carried the most refined soul ever to walk creation, even he was born under the veil of incarnation. His purity was intact, but the memories of sons past were hidden. The teachings that once flowed effortlessly through his being needed to be rediscovered. Not learned anew, but uncovered like seeds stirring beneath warm earth. So he journeyed eastward, where ancient wisdom still flickered in temples, mountains, and monastic enclaves. He learned the meditative disciplines that awakened imagination's deepest channels. He studied compassion, renunciation, and the subtle laws of nature from masters who recognized in him a radiance beyond anything they had seen. Everywhere he traveled, the oldest traditions welcomed him without question, as though recognizing a traveler who had walked their paths long before. Yet his greatest discovery did not come from sages or scholars. It came through meeting her. Mary Magdalene. She came to him, burdened, fragile, raw, cast aside by society, judged without mercy. To the world, she was only a broken woman. But to him, she was something far older, far deeper, the long-lost soul of Tiamaat. Across suns and worlds, she had carried the weight of inversion, the imprint of the ancient catastrophe that twisted her impulses into their opposites. Even after countless reincarnations, even after the fallen angels took upon themselves the heaviest portions of her karmic storm, she still carried remnants of that original distortion. Pain clung to her like shadow. Cruelty had been misread as comfort. Love felt like insult. Kindness felt like betrayal. Her very perceptions were inverted at their roots. Yet in the presence of Mary's son, something extraordinary happened. Her soul recognized him, not in memory, but in resonance. He was the first being she had encountered who could reach beneath her. Distortions to touch the core of her original goodness, healing at the root. He did not save her by miracle or command. He saved her through recognition, by seeing her as she truly was, before inversion, twisted her nature. He spoke to the part of her soul that had been sealed since the dawn of the suns. And as he did, the knots within her began to loosen. This healing was not the expulsion of demons as later stories suggested. It was the unwinding of ancient wounds. He addressed the deep confusions that had haunted her for lifetimes. The instinct that kindness was cruelty, the belief that punishment was comfort, the sense that she was beyond redemption. These were not moral failings. They were the scars of a soul born in inversion, carrying echoes of the ancient war and its aftermath. No one else on earth could have spoken to those wounds with clarity. Only he possessed the purity, the imagination, and the cosmic memory, even if unconscious, to begin reversing her inner distortions. This work required no spectacle, no proclamation. It happened quietly, privately, in the hidden years before the world knew his name. Why this story was buried? History, especially when guided by institutions, often erases the softest truths. The relationship between Mary's son and Mary Magdalene was not convenient for a doctrine that required austerity and detachment. It was easier to remove her importance, to downplay her role, to leave her in the margins as a sinner saved rather than a soul restored. But the universe remembers. The time they shared was not defined by romance or scandal. It was defined by healing, by a cosmic restoration begun thousands of years before either of them was born into the world as man and woman. Through him, she was able to release some of the oldest burdens she carried from Tiamat's inversion. He could not eradicate all of it. The work would take many lifetimes. But he softened the weight, lifted the heaviest portions, and awakened in her a clarity that would echo forward long after both of them departed the world. These hidden years were not merely preparation for his ministry. They were the first great mending of a cosmic wound.
Interlude 19, The Movement of the Pieces. From the vantage point of a single lifetime, history appears accidental. People fall in love without knowing why. Nations rise without recognizing their architects, and individuals make choices believing they are guided only by their own desires. Yet behind the surface, the universe arranges its pieces with exquisite precision. The great orator of Rome, Joseph's earlier incarnation, never imagined that the clarity and integrity he cultivated in those marble halls would one day shape him into the earthly father of a divine soul. His rhetoric, his reason, his moral discipline all seemed to be the product of his own ambition and intellect. He did not know that these qualities were preparing the vessel for a role that lay far beyond Rome's reach. Cleopatra, reborn Tiamaat, did not understand why her life moved with such intensity, nor why she was irresistibly drawn toward the centers of power. She believed her destiny was political, romantic, imperial, but her steps were guided by forces older than empires, forces that had been working since the third sun. Her attraction to divinity was woven into her soul, long before she breathed Egyptian air, and even within Joseph's own home, another soul moved quietly into place. His mother, an incarnation of Isis, the High Queen of the fourth sun, trapped for ages in karmic entanglements born of the Lucifer experiment, had been brought back into proximity with her ancient family. She entered life unaware of her past, yet every instinct of care, dignity, and deep-seated loyalty within her echoed the queen she once had been. Her presence prepared Joseph's heart for gentleness, humility, and trust, qualities he would need to guide the child destined for the world. None of them remembered any of this, nor were they meant to. The universe accomplishes its greatest works through lives lived sincerely and without foreknowledge. To know one's cosmic role too clearly would unbalance the story, distort free will, and collapse the very conditions needed for genuine growth. Instead, the universe writes with subtlety. A childhood fascination becomes a karmic magnet. A political alliance becomes a spiritual hinge. A family line forms not through biology, but through the convergence of souls, drawn together by ancient resonance. A queen's downfall becomes preparation for her healing. A carpenter's steadiness becomes the foundation for a cosmic revelation. These convergences appear accidental only to the eyes bound by time. From the universe's view, they are arrangements, gentle, powerful, and perfect. Every heart, every choice, every seemingly small coincidence is part of a choreography too vast for any single person to perceive. The actors remain unaware, but their roles unfold flawlessly. History, as it is remembered, is the story humans tell. But beneath that story lies the tale the universe itself is writing. A tale in which the oldest souls return, again and again, to move creation toward its next turning.
Chapter 20. The Burden of Judah. When Mary's son began his ministry, the world saw a wandering teacher. But beneath the surface, the universe saw a drama thousands of years in the making. He had been born into the tribe of Judah, not for privilege, but because it was that tribe, and only that tribe, who bore the specific burden required to complete the mission of the fifth son. The descendants of Lahmu and Tiamaat had been shaped across generations by two forces, the piercing clarity of reason inherited from Adam, and the subtle distortions of inversion inherited from Eve. Neither force was inherently evil, but together they created a lineage of souls finely attuned to skepticism, pride, and the need to control what they could understand. These qualities became their strengths in survival and intellect, yet also their greatest obstacles when confronted with spiritual truths that originated from imagination, faith, and creation itself. Thus, when the teacher of teachers began offering teachings that transcended the boundaries of reason, the tribe of Judah was uniquely challenged. His words reached into realms that reason alone could not enter. Where he spoke of love, they sought structure. Where he spoke of surrender, they sought order. Where he revealed mysteries born of imagination, they asked for proof. Each teaching pressed upon the sorest parts of their karmic inheritance. This friction was not accidental. It was the design. The universe had placed him among those who would be most offended by the simplicity and profundity of his message. His presence challenged their long-held certainty. It confronted their intellectual pride. The greatest teachers do not merely comfort. They disrupt, unsettle, and overturn the very foundations upon which a person stands. And so these souls, rehearsed in the disciplines of reason, found their pride awakened. They believed they understood divine law better than the divine, Messenger himself. Their attachment to structure felt like righteousness. Their insistence on order felt like fidelity. They could not see that their strength had become their bind. The crucifixion was not the work of villains, but of souls fulfilling their role in a cosmic equation. Their resistance was the very catalyst required for his revelation to unfold. The story demanded a sacrifice whose weight could reach across centuries, and it was the tribe of Judah, those who had inherited both brilliance and burden, who were destined to deliver it. They acted exactly as the universe expected, not with malice, but with certainty. Not as betrayers, but as instruments. Far from condemnation, their role in his death marked them as the most intimately woven into his mission. They carried the karmic resonance needed to push the teacher of teachers toward the final act that would imprint his message upon the world. Later ages misunderstood this. Accusations, hatred, persecution. These emerged from the ignorance of followers who did not understand the cosmic framework. But the universe knows its actors. It does not condemn them for fulfilling the part they were destined to play. And in time, many lives in the future, these same souls would be offered the greatest of gifts, the gift of grace. Not because they were chosen above others, nor because they acted flawlessly, but because they carried the heaviest burden of all. Their karmic inheritance was a weight no other lineage bore, and their pivotal role in the crucifixion bound them to a future redemption written into the architecture of the sun itself. Thus, the tribe of Judah does not stand as a people cursed or condemned. They stand as those entrusted with a sacred difficulty, whose struggles shape the greatest spiritual turning of the fifth sun, and the universe, ever patient, has already prepared the moment when their burden will be lifted, and the grace long promised will finally reach them.
Interlude 20, the countless stories within the story. It is tempting, when reading the great dramas of the past, to imagine that the universe moves only through a handful of extraordinary figures. The names that endure, prophets, kings, teachers, rebels, queens, seem to dominate the landscape of history. Their stories are retold, embellished, and preserved until they overshadow the millions of lives unfolding quietly beside them. But this is an illusion created by memory, not by truth. The universe tells countless stories at once. The tale of Mary's son is only one of them. Profound, yes, but no more carefully shaped than the story of a shepherd tending his flock, or a mother raising her children, or a young woman learning her first kindness. Every soul, whether known or unknown, sits at the center of its own universe of meaning. No life is peripheral, no life is forgotten. While the crucifixion reshaped the spiritual trajectory of the fifth son, other souls were experiencing their own turning points in distant villages and quiet valleys. Children were learning compassion for the first time. Elders were releasing grudges carried for generations. Travelers were discovering new lands, new loves, or new fragments of themselves. The divine was at work everywhere, not only in miracles witnessed by crowds, but in small realizations whispered in solitude. The stories that survive do so only because they were written down or repeated loudly, but the universe does not prefer them over the others. Its precision and perfection flow through every household, every field, every breath. Each soul is an instrument through which creation expresses itself, and each receives precisely what it needs at exactly the right moment. A walk in the woods is guided by the same cosmic intelligence that arranges the fall of empires. A chance meeting between strangers carries as much intention as the gathering of kings. The universe does not reserve its craftsmanship for the grand stage. It pours it equally into the unnoticed corners of life. What appears monumental to history is no more miraculous than what occurs in silence. The same perfection that shaped the paths of Lahmu and Lahmu, Tiamaat and Anshar, Joseph and Mary, was at work in the lives of people whose names were never recorded. They, too, were being led, challenged, healed, and refined. They, too, were actors in the unfolding tapestry of the fifth son. Their struggles were no less important, their growth no less meaningful, their destinies no less deliberate. For the universe is not merely the author of great stories, it is the author of all stories. And every soul, whether it shapes nations or simply shapes its own heart, is given exactly what it needs, exactly when it needs it, to continue its journey toward the light.
Chapter 21. From Joseph to Merlin. When Joseph's earthly life came to an end, his soul slipped once more into the long river of reincarnation. Just as in every age before, he carried with him the tendencies formed across suns, the brilliant command of reason, the yearning for order, and the deep instinct to seek truth. These qualities shaped each of his incarnations as the centuries unfolded. The early years after his death would later be called the Dark Ages, but darkness is a name given by historians who could not see what the universe was doing. To the universe, this era was a crucible of refinement. The great souls who had shaped the ancient world were now rediscovering themselves in new lands, new languages, and new confrontations. Lahmu reincarnated again and again, each time alternating between the paths of logic and faith. The karmic flip-flop that had defined him since the earliest suns. In one life he pursued the sciences, seeking the mechanics of creation. In the next, he would be drawn into spiritual devotion, seeking meaning beyond creation's form. This oscillation was not confusion. It was the universe teaching him to balance both sides of his nature. One of his most influential incarnations emerged as saint, Augustine of Hippo, a towering theologian whose writings would shape the foundations of Western religion. Augustine wrestled with the same internal tensions that Lahmu had always carried, the pull between strict rationality and the longing for mystical certainty. His confessionals read like the voice of a soul remembering something it could not name, reaching back toward teachings absorbed long before memory. Working beside him, often challenging him, stood Ambrose of Milan. History records him as a bishop of great integrity and influence, but beneath that role he held a deeper identity. Ansha reborn, carrying the balanced harmony of reason and imagination that had once manifested as Plato. Their debates echoed their ancient conversations in Athens, centuries before either man bore the names by which they are now remembered. These were not philosophical disagreements. They were ancient patterns resurfacing, the residues of suns long past playing out in new forms. Augustine's rational devotion pushed against Ambrose's intuitive clarity, weaving the foundations of doctrine even as the men themselves remained unaware of their cosmic history. As centuries passed, Lahmu's incarnations continued to oscillate, moving between scholar, monk, explorer, mystic, and judge. Each life added a new layer of understanding, sharpening both the brilliance of his reason and the sensitivity of his imagination. This slow balancing of faculties would eventually prepare him for one of his most extraordinary incarnations. He would later return as Merlin, the legendary wizard whose knowledge spanned nature, magic, prophecy, and counsel. History would bury his existence in myth, but the tales that survive are far closer to truth than scholars suspect. Merlin was the culmination of Lahmu's long arc of learning, where reason and imagination, science and spirit, finally worked together as one. During Merlin's lifetime, the universe arranged a remarkable convergence. In the era of Camelot, many of the ancient souls who had shaped the earlier suns gathered once more, unaware of one another's identities, yet drawn together by forces deeper than fate, among them Lahmu, as Merlin, now wielding both knowledge and wonder. Lahmu, as Arthur's mother Igraine, whose lineage carried the quiet power of intuition. Tiamaat, reborn as Morgana Le Fay, Merlin's brilliant and troubled apprentice. Isis, reborn into the royal court, offering her ancient dignity to the age of chivalry. And others who had touched the Lucifer experiment, returning to resolve old karmic entanglements. Camelot was not merely a kingdom. It was a cosmic reunion. The legends painted in gold and shadow, but beneath the myth was something far greater. A second attempt at balancing the same forces that once tore through the third sun. This time, the universe arranged the actors with more care. Reason and imagination, inversion and purity, mastery and repentance. All stood side by side in a single court, preparing the world for its next great turning. But that story belongs to the next chapter. For now, the soul of Lahmu stood on the threshold of his most magical incarnation, unaware that the ancient companions of his first lifetimes were already gathering around him, each ready to play their part in the quiet reweaving of creation.
Interlude 21. The Primacy of Imagination. Creation begins with imagination. This has been true since the first vibration of the earliest sun, and remains true in every realm, every dimension, every lifetime. Imagination is the fountainhead, the spring from which form emerges. Reason, by contrast, follows after. It is the lantern carried along the riverbanks of what already exists. It can illuminate, analyze, interpret, but it cannot create. Reason swims upstream. Imagination flows with the current of creation. This is not a flaw in reason. It is simply its nature. Reason is the study of what has already occurred. It traces patterns, dissects structures, measures cycles, and constructs understanding from the echoes of imagination's work. Where imagination paints new landscapes, reason charts the old ones. Where imagination conjures possibilities, reason refines the paths that lead toward them. In the earliest epochs of creation, beings were aligned with one faculty or the other. Some existed purely in imagination, drifting in the realms where creation sings itself into being. Others lived entirely in reason, exploring the laws that imagination had already etched into reality. Both paths were ancient, honored, and complete in their own ways. There was no confusion, no conflict, only purpose. But the experiment of humankind changed everything. For the first time in creation, a single species held both faculties, intertwined within the same being. This combination had never existed. Imagination alone can create without restraint. Reason alone can comprehend without illusion. But together, mixed, tangled, balanced within a single creature, the result was a new kind of struggle. The human soul was born into contradiction. Imagination, being the root of creation, is easy to access. It draws the mind toward faith, hope, possibility, and belief. It whispers that anything is possible if only one trusts deeply enough. It requires no evidence, no scaffolding, no structure, only openness. For this reason, imagination is the first faculty awakened in a child and the last to fade in the dying. Reason, by contrast, must be ignited. It awakens only when the world stops making sense. A life that flows too smoothly does not stir reason. Comfort does not provoke questions. Certainty does not seek deeper truths. It is only when the world fractures, when confusion overtakes ease, when contradictions emerge, when suffering forces the soul to wonder why, that reason begins to spark. The discomfort of not understanding is what calls reason forward. Thus, the world serves as a kind of gymnasium. Its contradictions, its tensions, its sorrows and wonders, its failures and triumphs, all are weights for the soul to lift. Every obstacle is a training ground where reason gains strength. Every paradox is a doorway where imagination deepens. Every unanswered question is an invitation. The universe does not impose understanding upon a soul. Understanding must be earned. When a lesson is simply shown, the soul may learn it, but it does not transform. It remains an imprint rather than an ingrained truth. But when a soul asks sincerely, when yearning, confusion, wonder, or pain give rise to a genuine question, the answer that follows becomes part of the soul's architecture. To ask is to open the door. To receive is to step through it. To understand is to live on the other side. This is why the universe does not reveal everything at once. It waits for the question. It waits for the spark. It waits for the moment when reason awakens, so imagination may guide it back toward creation's light.
Chapter 22. The Court of Camelot. In the age of King Arthur, Camelot rose not only as a beacon of chivalry and noble conduct, but as a quiet centre of spiritual experimentation. The legends remember shining armour and noble quests, yet behind those stories lay something far more profound. Camelot was a gathering place, a convergence of souls from the earliest suns, drawn together at a time when the veil between the worlds was thinner than usual. At the heart of this convergence stood Merlin, the incarnation of Lahmu, Through lifetimes of oscillation, science in one life, faith in the next, he had finally arrived at a synthesis. His mastery of reason now complemented an imagination grown strong through millennia. In him, his understanding discovered the back door to imagination. What the world called magic was, to Merlin, simply the mechanics of creation rediscovered. He understood that imagination precedes form, that the world bends subtly toward intention, and that the inner vision, held with clarity, can impress itself upon matter. His abilities were not tricks or illusions. They were the echoes of ancient knowledge learned before the fall of the fourth sun, now resurfacing in the consciousness of a man. Camelot became a school of sorts, not formally, not publicly, but quietly, beneath the surface of courtly life. Knights sought valor, kings sought unity, but Merlin sought something deeper, the transmission of creation's language to a new generation. He shared what he could with those who were ready. Small demonstrations of manifestation, instructions on aligning imagination with will, and glimpses into the subtle forces that shape the world. Yet even Merlin, wise and powerful as he was, found himself outmatched by one. Morgana. She was Arthur's sister, raised within the same court that Merlin advised, yet her nature was unlike anyone else's. To the world she appeared gifted, intuitive, and eerie in her insight. But in truth, she carried something far older. The soul of Tiamaat returned once more to the realm that had first inverted her depths. From birth, her imagination burned brighter than most souls could contain. She understood the language of creation instinctively, without study, without effort. Where Merlin required discipline and will, Morgana required only focus. She could shape subtle forces the way a musician shapes sound, effortlessly, naturally. And she possessed an advantage no wizard could match. Her crown chakra was anchored to the land beneath her feet. She did not draw power from stars like the ancient races. She drew power from the earth itself. Her magic was not projection, but manifestation, the world answering its own daughter. It was no surprise that she quickly surpassed Merlin. The friction of ancient souls. Their conflict was inevitable. Beneath their human masks, their souls recognized one another. The long memory of creation pulsed between them. Lahmu, the son of Tiamaat. Tiamaat, the inverted mother whose karmic burdens had echoed through. Sons, across lifetimes, they had met in different forms, teacher and student, parent and child, adversaries, seekers, but never before had they met with both faculties awakened and the power of creation flowing openly between them. Their relationship in Camelot was intense, charged and volatile. Morgana, burdened by the remnants of inversion, felt restored power as bitterness. What should have awakened joy instead inflamed resentment. The proximity to her ancient son stirred old wounds without revealing their origin. To her, Merlin was an obstacle, a gatekeeper, a judge, someone she felt compelled to surpass and punish without understanding why. Merlin, for his part, feared her. Not out of cowardice, but clarity. He recognized in her a force beyond anything he could restrain, a soul whose connection to creation was deeper than his own. The strictness he used to guide her was born from caution, but she experienced it as rejection, humiliation, and suppression. Each attempt he made to direct her awakened deeper inversion in her heart. In this way, a karmic consequence was set in motion. His rigid guidance, well-intentioned but ill-timed, struck the seed of an ancient loathing that would echo across the rest of the era of magic. Morgana's brilliance, fused with her wounds, grew into a force that both attempted to heal and attempted to destroy. She was at once the brightest star and the deepest shadow of Camelot. And Merlin, for all his wisdom, could not mend what began in sons long before the age of kings. This chapter of their lives would shape centuries of myth, misunderstanding and wonder, but the full story of their conflict and its implications across lifetimes belongs to the next telling. Camelot was not merely the home of knights and legends. It was where the oldest wounds met the oldest wisdom, and neither was fully prepared for the other.
Interlude 22. The Backward Path of Magic. Merlin's brilliance was real. There was no illusion in his power, no exaggeration in the legends that followed him. Yet his genius rested upon a misunderstanding so subtle that it escaped notice even as it reshaped the currents around him. All creation in the universe begins in imagination. Before form hardens, before laws assert themselves, there exists a luminous field where possibility is fluid and responsive. From this field, creation emerges naturally, and reason follows afterward, not as master, but as interpreter. This is the proper order. This is harmony. Merlin did not work within this order. His magic did not arise from imagination, inviting form into being. It arose from reason, attempting to command creation directly. He approached the creative act from the opposite direction, using intellect, structure, and will to force outcomes that should have been coaxed into existence. The results were extraordinary. The cost was invisible at first. Reason can analyze what exists. It cannot originate what does not. When reason attempts to create, the act becomes inverted. The universe does not resist immediately. It allows the act to succeed. But success achieved through inversion accumulates a different kind of consequence. This is not ordinary action and reaction karma. This is structural recoil. Magic performed against the natural current does not simply return as misfortune. It rebounds as containment. Every spell Merlin cast through reason alone compressed something within the fabric of reality. Each act tightened the field rather than expanding it. The universe tolerated this because the intent was not malicious, but tolerance does not erase imbalance. It merely postpones its resolution. That resolution did not arrive in Merlin's lifetime. Instead, it followed him. The soul who had once been Merlin returned to the world as Credence. This was not reincarnation as continuation, but as correction. Credence did not inherit Merlin's power openly. He inherited its unresolved pressure. The reversed magic of a lifetime, creation bent backward through intellect, returned not as brilliance, but as confinement. His suffering was not random cruelty, nor a moral punishment. It was the lived experience of compression, mirroring the way Merlin had once compressed the universe through forceful reason. Credence's power surged without guidance, without release. Where Merlin had imposed order upon creation, Credence was denied order within himself. His volatility, fear, and fragmentation were the karmic echo of magic that had worked, but had worked wrongly, yet this was only half of the convergence. The woman who raised Credence, the cold, punitive keeper of the orphanage, was not merely cruel by chance. She carried the returning soul of Morgana, who herself bore the deeper inversion of Tiamaat. Where Merlin's error had been intellectual, Morgana's had been emotional and absolute. The attempt to freeze, dominate, and contain rather than to transform. Their reunion was not arranged by vengeance. It was arranged by balance. What appeared from the outside as incomprehensible abuse was, at the cosmic level, a precise alignment. Credence's suffering was not excess. It was exact. It was the meeting point of two inverted histories, Merlin's backward creation and Morgana's constricting will. This is how magical karma differs from ordinary action. A cruel act may return as a cruel act, but inverted magic returns a much deeper suffering. It reorganizes lives, relationships, and environments so that the soul must finally inhabit what it once imposed. Credence was not being punished. He was being placed inside the consequences of brilliance exercised without harmony. The universe does not seek retribution, it seeks coherence. Through credence, the long arc of imbalance initiated in Camelot was brought into human form once more. Not to repeat itself endlessly, but to be felt fully, consciously, and at last to be released. What reason once forced, imagination would eventually be invited to heal. The work was unfinished, but it was no longer unconscious. And so the echoes of Merlin's magic moved forward, not as legend, but as lived reckoning, until the suns themselves would shift enough to allow harmony to be restored.
Chapter 23. The Return of the Old Adversary. Not long after the life remembered through credence ended, the universe arranged the next movement of its long symphony. The karmic tension had not dissipated, it had merely shifted, waiting for a new stage. And so, as the currents of time coiled, a familiar presence stepped once more into the world. Quingu returned. The masculine soul of Venus, the being later known as Lucifer, was born again. His nature, forged in Tiamat's ancient fury, remained unhealed. Where her inversion warped compassion into cruelty through confusion, his affliction was direct. The suffering of others produced satisfaction within him. Pain was his reward. Despair was his sustenance. It was inevitable that Lahmu would meet him again. Old adversaries are drawn as surely as stars circle their centres. This time, their battle would be remembered, but veiled. It would be framed as a children's legend, a tale of a boy wizard, marked by lightning, trained by eccentric mentors to face a dark lord. The world would know the surface story of peculiar schools, enchanted artifacts, and a struggle against a serpentine evil seeking immortality. But beneath that embroidered tale lay the footprint of a far older war. In that life, Lahmu incarnated as the young, scarred protagonist. His guides were not mere schoolmasters, but emissaries from above. A bearded sage and a shapeshifter, dispatched to awaken the wisdom he carried across suns. Their task was to prepare a bulwark against a force threatening to tilt the balance once more. Quingu, as ever, moved subtly. His cruelty was patient. He infiltrated minds long before raising a hand, sowing disquiet across the land, stirring weakness into sharp malice. He gathered followers, not an army, but a cabal of purists, and wrapped himself in a myth of his own making, the feared Dark Lord, whose very name was terror. He hid his fragmented soul in cursed anchors, a perversion of eternity. The young protagonist, still learning magic's deeper threads, was pulled into a conflict whose ancient roots he could scarcely comprehend. This clash was a collision of cosmological opposites. Reason tempered by compassion against cruelty, fueled by affliction. Lahmu did not fight to destroy him. The universe had not written that ending. He fought to contain him, to restrain an agony that would have poisoned the dawn of a new age. Yet here lies the deeper truth the universe concealed. Quingu, the Lucifer of later tales, was always a decoy. Humanity, in its need for a singular face of evil, was guided to fixate on him, the brilliant, tragic adversary who fell from grace. This served a greater purpose. It drew mortal scrutiny away from the true root. Tiamaat, whose primordial inversion of compassion into control was the slower, deeper poison infecting reality itself. Lucifer's spectacular sins were a lightning rod. His recurring battles with champions like Lahmu, whether as Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, or the Dark Lord, provided a compelling narrative that distracted from the subtler, more devastating work of healing that needed to unfold elsewhere. Thus the story of this age was not the final defeat of the Dark Lord, who was never the root, but the quiet preparation for a far greater work. It was about containing the decoy while the universe aligned the paths of countless other souls, including Lahmu's own, for the eventual unravelling of the inversion that had learned to hide. The boy lived his legend. He faced his foe. The world remembered a fairy tale about love and sacrifice. But the universe remembered everything: a contained adversary, a prepared champion, and a debt yet to be paid to a wounded goddess waiting in the silent dark.
Interlude 23, the Sixfold Balance. From the very beginning, the universe had prepared its counterweights. When Tiamat was brought into being, her creators believed they were designing a hybrid, a creature of reason and imagination fused into one living form. But the act was more consequential than they understood. In the hidden layers of her soul, the violent intentions and discord of her designers imprinted themselves as distortions. Tiamat emerged with a -2 shift in her essence, a profound inversion that twisted altruism into cruelty, generosity into selfishness, and left her reason sealed behind veils she could never pierce. She was female, deeply imaginative, and catastrophically misaligned. Yet the universe never allows an extreme without its equal and opposite. At the very moment Tiamat's inversion took form, a balancing force was born on the opposite side of the planet. The soul later remembered in Polynesian legend as Maui. His existence was not accidental. He emerged with a +2 shift, extraordinary altruism, heightened compassion, and a heroic zest that could raise islands from the sea through sheer resonance with the land. But his imagination was sealed away, leaving him entirely reason-based. What Tiamat lacked in clarity, Maui lacked in creativity. What she distorted through inversion, he compensated for through pure-hearted action. This principle of cosmic balance did not stop with them. It rippled outward into the rest of the planetary souls, the Nephilim, each inheriting a permutation of these traits. Every planet that offered a crown chakra anchor generated 2 souls, one masculine and one feminine, each shaped by the balancing equations that Tiamat's creation had triggered. Every pair became a small reflection of the great imbalance, one leaning toward compassion, the other toward severity, one intuitive, the other rational, one altruistic, the other afflicted. In the same vein came Lahmu, the masculine soul whose crown was anchored to Mars. His nature carried a +1 shift as well, a surplus of clarity, discipline, and reason unmarred by distortion. He stood as a stabilizing force, a being of orderly thought and quiet integrity, shaped for leadership across suns. To balance him, the universe brought forth his opposite, a feminine soul marked by -1, fully imagination-based, yet bent toward selfishness. Where Lamyao's reason sought harmony and structure, she moved through impulses that bent inward, drawing attention and desire toward herself with effortless gravity. This pairing, one disciplined, one self-absorbed, was another expression of the cosmos' intricate balancing act, ensuring that every virtue carried its shadow and every light cast its counterpart across the unfolding design. Thus came Chingu, the masculine soul of Venus. His feminine counterpart was the gentle, imaginative El-Elihamu, whose soul carried a +1 shift, a tender surplus of compassion. To balance her, Chingu was born -1, fully reason-based, sharpened toward cruelty, as naturally as Elihamu inclined toward kindness. This pairing, one loving, one brutal, was the universe's way of containing the shockwave that Tiamat's distortion had introduced. To maintain equilibrium across creation, the cosmos formed 6 extraordinary beings, 3 pairs whose traits were shifted far beyond the neutral center. These 6, with their heightened strengths and intensified weaknesses, carried such potency that their later incarnations would become gods in the memory of mankind, worshipped not for divinity, but for extremity. They were the ones whose lives shone so brightly, or burned so terribly, that later generations mistook them for immortals. Some, like Lahmu, would be remembered as purity itself, virginal, artistic, deeply compassionate. Others, like Chingu, would become the seed of terrible legends, conquerors, tyrants, bringers of suffering. Tiamat would be remembered as primordial chaos, while Maui as the demigod who shaped the islands. Anshar and Keshar, too, would rise in time as giants of thought and myth. These were the ancient little g gods. Powerful, yes, but rogue in the cosmic sense. Their imbalances granted gifts, visions, and powers they had no right to wield. When mortals unknowingly invoked them, whether as Greek deities, Roman icons, or cultural heroes, they received benefits or punishments that did not originate from the harmony of the universe, but from the peculiar distortions of these beings. The universe had not intended for such worship, nor had it meant for these six to overshadow creation. But once born, their influence could not be undone. Instead, the universe worked through their incarnations, through their struggles, and through the long arc of their karmic corrections, weaving their stories into the vast tapestry of the fifth sun. For all their brilliance and all their chaos, these six souls were never gods. They were experiments, each carrying a piece of the universe's ambition to create a being in its own image. Their stories, scattered through myth and legend, were merely echoes of the deeper cosmic work unfolding beneath.
Chapter 24. The Long Ascent Toward Revolution. When the era of open magic withdrew from the world and the veils of the Dark Ages descended, the soul of Lahmu continued its long pilgrimage through the fifth sun. Though the world forgot the enchantments of Camelot, the ancient soul did not fade. Instead, it wove itself quietly through history, appearing in places where structure needed reshaping, where thought needed sharpening, and where the great migrations of humanity required a guiding intellect to steer their course. His first major appearance after the time of Merlin came in a life far from the misted hills of Britain, as the ships of Hernán Cortés cut across the Atlantic toward a world they barely understood. Among the armored men and ambitious nobles stood a humble friar, Diego Duran, a missionary intent on bringing Christian doctrine to the peoples of Mesoamerica. He believed his purpose was conversion. He did not know he was fulfilling the first return foretold long ago in the lands of the ancient Americas. Though he preached the words of another faith, the quiet dignity of his presence stirred memories in those who listened, echoing faintly of the white-robed teacher who had once walked their valleys and spoken of coming again. In the life that followed, the universe set Lahmu upon gentler soil. He incarnated as William Penn, founder of Pennsylvania and midwife of the Quaker tradition. His nature, so deeply reasoned and innately just, resonated with the Quaker ideals of peace, conscience, and inner light. Yet even here, the old threads tugged at him. As Penn took a bride, Gulielma Maria Springett, the deeper truth of their bond lay far beyond their present lives. She was the reincarnation of Lahmu, his ancient sister soul, and together they unknowingly renewed a partnership written into the fabric of creation itself. But the karmic journey of Lahmu was never meant to remain confined to statesmanship or spiritual community. In a later incarnation, he became Thomas Paine, the fiery pen of the American Revolution, whose pamphlets ignited the imagination of a nation struggling to be born. His words, infused with reason, sharpened over suns, and tempered by centuries of devotion to truth, carried the same crystalline clarity that once defined the philosophers of Greece. Paine rallied, a continent not with crowns or armies, but with the same force that shaped worlds, an unyielding conviction in an idea. Around him, The other great souls of old once again found their places on the shifting chessboard of history. The soul of Ansha, anchored to Jupiter's mighty reason, reincarnated through minds that reshaped both faith and science. Martin Luther, who cracked open the religious structures of Europe. Johannes Kepler, who unveiled the mathematics of the heavens. And at last, George Washington, the steady architect of a new nation. Each life carried forward a portion of the intellectual force that once belonged to a cosmic being of extraordinary balance. Tiamat's soul, too, walked the world again, not yet healed, but tempered through centuries of struggle. She emerged as Catherine the Great, founding a Russia that would define the trajectory of the East for centuries to come. Her brilliance, volatility, and fierce command were echoes of a power once so vast it had nearly torn creation itself apart. Thus, as Europe trembled under the weight of revolution and empires shifted like tectonic plates beneath human history, the ancient souls continued their work. They did not remember their origins. They did not know they were reenacting lessons rooted in the dawn of suns. And yet their influence shaped the world with the same inevitability that stars guide tides. Lahmu wrote, spoke, and labored for liberty. Lahmu offered gentleness and refinement to those around her. Ansha built, reformed, and led. Tiamat commanded, created, and unsettled. Together, they shaped the centuries that carried humanity from the age of kings into the age of nations. Their footsteps left patterns that would only be understood in hindsight, when seen not as fragments of politics and wars, but as movements in a cosmic symphony still unfolding.
Interlude 24. The blindness of incarnation. To incarnate is to step into a kind of blindness. For thousands of years, humanity has lived cut off from the higher vibrations that once flowed freely through the early suns. The dense atmosphere of the fifth sun veils the deeper truth, and the soul, when clothed in flesh, remembers almost nothing of its origin. The clarity that belongs to the astral and causal realms becomes muffled, and the individual must navigate the world with only faint impulses of intuition to guide them. In this blindness, karma becomes the teacher. The gears of karma never rest. They turn with perfect precision, arranging experiences that slowly reveal the harmony of the universe. Often, a single lesson requires an entire lifetime to earn, not merely to learn, but to earn through direct experience. This is why the horrors of slavery, oppression, and cruelty persisted for so long. A soul might live one life as the oppressor and another as the oppressed, each existence balancing the other, each life carving a deeper understanding into the astral body. Only after many such reversals does a soul begin to feel genuine disgust for injustice, and from that disgust rises the fighter for freedom, the one who will break the cycle. Yet karma is not punitive, it is corrective. It is shaped not by punishment, but by the sincere striving of the soul toward harmony. When an individual sets an intention to become better, to truly grow, not in the eyes of the world, but in the quiet chamber of their own conscience, the universe responds. Challenges intensify, old patterns surface, difficulties multiply. This is not cruelty, it is acceleration. In meeting these trials with sincerity, the karmic residues are burned, one by one. But the path is long. Even a devoted seeker must live 3 full incarnations to cleanse their burden. This is the origin of the ancient phrase, the thrice born. Throughout the fifth sun, true masters have appeared, but nearly all were souls carried over from the fourth sun. Old beings, returning with memory buried, but strength intact. Figures like the first Buddha discovered the path by their own effort, but the path they carved is perilous, riddled with pitfalls that only a handful can safely navigate. Their teachings illuminate, but they do not intercede. They cannot remove karma, they can only point the way. It was for this reason that a different kind of help was sent. In the life of Jesus, a decree was woven into the fabric of the universe that faith in his life and devotion to his example would serve as a conduit for karmic burning. Through him, the universe extended a hand to souls who could not, on their own, overcome the immense burdens accumulated across ages. He was not merely a teacher, he was a purifier. Through belief, the dense knots of karmic inheritance could be lifted, sorted, and dissolved by a discernment greater than human effort alone could muster. The Buddha stands high. Others who awakened stand high as well. But their role was to light the lamp. His role was to carry it. And in the blindness of incarnation, across centuries of chaos, conquest, ignorance, and awakening, it has been this lamp, passed from age to age by advanced souls and special emissaries from above, that has kept humanity moving, however slowly, toward the harmony it has forgotten but is destined to remember.
Chapter 25. The Awakening of Old Memories. After the fiery life of Thomas Paine, Lahmu's soul did not rest long. The universe, ever moving its pieces with subtle precision, turned him swiftly toward his next incarnation. In the decades that followed, he returned to the world as William Huntington Russell, a young man of keen intellect and curious earnestness, founder of what would later be known as Skull and Bones. In Russell, the echoes of ancient magic stirred again. The memories of Merlin, the half-forgotten instincts of shaping reality, bending intention into form, rippled faintly beneath the surface of his consciousness. But unlike the age of Camelot, no masters from beyond stood beside him. No wise teachers from the high realms whispered guidance. Russell searched for magic on his own, driven not by ambition, but by the pure impulse of his +1 nature. His inclination toward goodness, generosity, and structure. He wanted to build a place where knowledge could grow. He wanted to rediscover the hidden architecture of the universe. He wanted to revive, however dimly, the art he once practiced long ago. But the age he lived in was no longer an age of innocence. The world of the fifth sun had grown complicated. Wherever new power emerges, whether spiritual, political, or intellectual, the lingering forces of selfishness and cruelty rush toward it like moths to flame. The old inversion, seeded by Tiamaat, multiplied and scattered through the fallen angels, had spread across nations and cultures. By the time Russell sought to create a refuge for higher understanding, darker influences had already woven themselves into the leadership of the New World. This was inevitable. When a tool appears, forces both light and dark will seek to claim it. And so, even as Russell planted the seeds of his society, the currents surrounding it swirled with competing intentions. Some wished to study truth, others wished to harness privilege. Many simply drifted with the tides. In this, Russell's creation became a symbol of the age, a convergence point where ancient memories resurfaced in a world not yet ready to wield them wisely. Yet while Lahmu struggled with the weight of forgotten magic, the other great souls moved across the earth in parallel, each playing their part in the unfolding design. The soul of Isis, ever the queen of harmony and insight, incarnated as Eliza Schuyler Hamilton, the wife of Alexander Hamilton. Though history remembers Hamilton for his brilliance, ambition, and tragic end, the deeper truth is far more vast. Hamilton was the first +1 soul of the race of man, the earliest human incarnation touched by the Nephilim's blueprint, carrying a clarity and purpose that echoed far beyond his lifetime. In the ages to follow, Hamilton's soul would return as Albert Einstein, whose mind reshaped the world's understanding of reality itself. At the same time, the mighty soul of Ansha, once a king of reason among the ancient Nephilim, continued his long arc across history. After guiding the birth of a new nation as George Washington, he returned again as Joseph Smith, founder of the Mormon faith. Through Smith, Anshar attempted to restore fragments of the ancient cosmology long buried beneath the tides of time. Some pieces survived, others were reshaped through the lens of the age. But the impulse behind his work came from a memory older than Scripture itself. In later centuries, this same soul would incarnate once more as Nikola Tesla, whose visions carried the unmistakable resonance of Jupiter's clarity and force. Like all incarnations of Anshar, Tesla stood several steps ahead of humanity's comprehension, too far at times for the world to follow, yet precisely where the universe needed him to be. Each of these stories is monumental. Each deserves a volume of its own. But in this chapter, they serve to illuminate the larger truth. The universe is infinitely intricate, yet profoundly harmonious. Across continents, across eras, across the rise and fall of nations, these ancient souls continued their long work, shaping civilizations, rediscovering forgotten truths, and preparing humanity for the dawning horizon of the sixth sun. Lahmu, Anshar, Tiamaat, Isis, and the others marched onward through time, unaware of their origins, yet guided by the silent gravity of their cosmic roles. Together, they helped shape the very world we now inherit.
Interlude 25, The Great Convergence of East and West. The separation of the Americas from the Old World was no accident of geography. It was a deliberate act of the cosmos. While civilizations flourished across the Western Hemisphere, the peoples of the Americas were kept isolated so their spiritual traditions, cosmology, and inner perceptions could remain untouched by the influences of the Nephilim who shaped the East. Europe, Asia, and the Middle East served as a kind of proofing box, a crucible in which millions of souls were being raised, challenged, refined, and prepared for the great experiment that would eventually unfold in the United States. The East advanced quickly because it held the concentration of older souls. Beings from the fourth sun, who carried deep memories of magic, governance, science, and philosophy. Their presence accelerated the progress of nations and drove the scientific and technological revolutions that would later be needed to unify the world. When Europeans finally crossed the ocean, the devastation that swept across the Americas was not only the result of conquest or war. The diseases that ravaged the native peoples were, in a deeper sense, karmic. The astral burdens accumulated over centuries in the Old World were far heavier than anything the isolated populations had encountered. Their bodies, unaccustomed to such karmic densities, could not withstand them, and millions perished. This was not cruelty. It was a mechanism of homogenization, a way for the universe to merge two great streams of humanity. In the cycles that followed, reincarnation intertwined the destinies of both groups. Devout, reverent souls from the native tribes often returned as natives again, carrying forward their wisdom and harmony with the land. But those who harbored bitterness or hatred toward the newcomers found themselves reincarnated as Europeans, living through the perspectives they once despised. Likewise, many Europeans who had looked down upon indigenous peoples returned in later lives as natives, born into the very cultures they once misunderstood. This exchange, repeated across generations, blended the strengths of both lineages. Through this interweaving, the knowledge of the East and the wisdom of the Americas slowly fused. The Old World contributed structure, science, philosophy, and the disciplined pursuit of truth. The New World contributed reverence, balance, intuition, and a living awareness of the land and the unseen. Their merging created a new zeitgeist, a unified field of experience, preparing humanity for the final movements of the fifth sun.
Chapter 26. Shadows, teachers, and the second return. As William Huntington Russell lived out his life, the world around him began to shift with an intensity not seen since the days of Atlantis. The age of open magic was long gone, but its echoes began to stir beneath the surface of society. Across Europe and the newly formed United States, quiet institutions arose, fraternal lodges, philosophical brotherhoods, and secret societies whose origins reach back to the darkened chambers of the medieval world. Their symbols hinted at ancient truths, but their practices were shaped by the confusion of a younger age. They presented themselves as benevolent, as guardians of knowledge or philanthropy, yet at their core they still carried the residue of shadows inherited from the fourth sun. Their purpose was not to torment humanity, but to reveal the infection buried within it, for the universe had reached a point where the hidden wounds needed to surface. The illusions of purity, innocence, and untested goodness had to be stripped away so the deeper work could begin. These societies, whether Masonic lodges, Rosicrucian cells, or the first whispers of the Illuminati, were catalysts. Their rituals stirred the karmic sediment at the bottom of humanity's collective consciousness. By rising to prominence, they brought long-buried impulses into the light, where they could finally be confronted. At the same time, something else began to occur, the deliberate descent of souls from the higher realms. These beings, born in heaven's clarity rather than earth's fog, began incarnating in greater numbers. They arrived as poets, thinkers, inventors, musicians, and visionaries. Their purpose was twofold. First, they provided vessels through which the karmic burdens of young fifth sun souls could burn more rapidly. Second, they brought with them the insights needed to accelerate humanity's development. Electricity, astronomy, democracy, medicine, and industry all blossomed under their influence. The world was rising, but the young fifth sun souls struggled to keep pace. The complexities of the modern age, technology, nationhood, ideology, grew faster than the slow maturation of the still-forming human spirit. Civilization began to run ahead of the souls living within it. Yet this imbalance was expected. It had been prepared for. And one of the key figures meant to stabilize this acceleration was the next incarnation of Lahmu. After Russell's life had played its part in reawakening forgotten inquiries, Lahmu returned as Dwight D. Eisenhower, born into humble circumstances, rising through discipline and clarity of purpose. He emerged first as a commander and later as a president. In Eisenhower, the quiet authority of Lahmu's reason shone through. When he led the Allied forces across the shores of France, he fought more than a military enemy. He stood against the very shadows he had once helped unleash in ages past. For even as the war raged in Europe, another battle brewed behind closed doors. Eisenhower saw the rise of the modern military-industrial complex, an echo of the same forces of control and ambition that had followed Lahmu through centuries. He recognized its danger, not with paranoia, but with the steady calculation that had guided him across lifetimes. His warnings were clear, measured, and rooted in the same intelligence that once shaped nations in Greece, Rome, and Atlantis. This incarnation fulfilled the second return prophesied long ago in the Americas. In his first return, he had come as a missionary, unnoticed and gentle. In his second, he returned not as a preacher, but as a leader of the land itself, not only of native peoples, but of an entire nation poised at the center of the world's destiny. His leadership marked the moment when reason confronted the uncontrolled machinery of karma, when the shadows of the past met the clarity of the present. But even this battle was not a war of good versus evil. It was simply the slow churning of karma. Action, reaction, correction, unfolding exactly as it must.
Interlude 26, The Boundary of Knowing. The universe guards knowledge with great care. Understanding is not withheld out of cruelty, nor granted out of favoritism. It is earned. Every soul must rise through experience, humility, and inner transformation before it can be trusted with deeper truths. But at this tenuous turning point in the fifth sun, the normal pace of learning was no longer sufficient. The illness seeded long ago in Tiamat was reaching its moment of reckoning, and the healing required for her restoration demanded a far greater breadth of understanding than the young souls of this age could achieve on their own. To prepare the world for this work, knowledge had to be accelerated, even if the students were not yet ready. Science, philosophy, and the study of matter were thrust forward at a pace that outstripped the development of the human spirit. For the problem that needed solving was hidden in the very structure of creation. In the right-handed world of matter, where invisible forces lie concealed in the depths of the atom. No purely spiritual tradition could uncover it. No mystic alone could perceive it. Humanity needed tools, instruments, mathematics, and theories that could reveal, at least partially, the architecture of the unseen. And so the helper souls were sent. Their clarity of mind and memory of higher realms enabled them to erect the scaffolding of modern science. Electricity, relativity, medicine, chemistry, and the machinery of empirical thought. They built a ladder long before humanity knew why it needed climbing. Yet even in their brilliance, they could only go so far. For all the equations and laws of physics they uncovered, the wisdom behind them remained beyond reach. Science could describe how a thing worked, but not why. It could measure matter, but not meaning. It could rearrange the body, but not heal the soul. Pharmaceuticals alleviated suffering, but only on the physical level. The deeper ailments, karma, inversion, destiny, the tangle of astral wounds, remained untouched. To a scientist, these invisible forces appeared irrational, unprovable, and unnecessary. And so the smartest minds stood at a boundary they could not cross. Their work illuminated the outer universe, but left the inner universe in shadow. Their discoveries helped prepare the world for Tiamat's healing, but could not themselves bring it about. For that final step, the turning of knowledge into wisdom. A soul must choose to become gooder. This simple motion, invisible to the instruments of science, opens a door that no equation can force. It aligns the seeker with the harmony of the universe, and in that alignment, wisdom begins to rise from within. But the path of becoming gooder makes no sense to the scientific mind. It is not logical, measurable, or predictable. It requires humility rather than certainty, surrender rather than calculation. And yet without it, the boundary remains. For understanding the universe is not the same as understanding oneself. And without both, no true healing of Tiamat, of humanity, or of the world can begin.
Chapter 27. The Reunion of Old Souls. In the quiet turning of the modern age, the soul of Lahmu returned once more, this time born into a small family of 5, the youngest of 3 children. His arrival was unexpected, at least from the perspective of those around him, yet nothing in the universe occurs by accident. The timing, the family, the geography. Every detail had been arranged so that he would enter precisely the place where the next movement of the ancient story could unfold. As a young man studying physics at a university, Lahmu immersed himself in the mathematics of matter and the architecture of the visible world. But it was in this same setting, among chalkboards, particle diagrams, and lecture halls, that destiny quietly reawakened an ancient bond. There, in the most unlikely corner of his life, Tiamat returned to him. For the first time since the days before Atlantis, the 2 souls found each other in the flesh, drawn together by the silent choreography of the universe. Their union, improbable and mysterious, was no mere romance. It was a cosmic reunion, designed to bring forth two children whose presence would one day alter the balance of energies carried across suns. Lahmu's innate goodness, his +1 shift, his instinct to give, support and protect, held their early years together in a delicate balance. For the first 15 years, his kindness compensated for Tiamat's inversion, smoothing the edges of an ancient fracture neither of them consciously remembered. But as their daughters grew and the family entered a new stage of life, the old patterns could no longer remain hidden. Lahmu began to sense a quiet imbalance, a one-way flow of giving that never returned. To Tiamat, his pleas for mutuality seemed absurd, even offensive. Her inversion made the very idea of reciprocity incomprehensible. What Lahmu perceived as longing, she experienced as intrusion. The misalignment of their ancient energies sharpened. Their home became the arena where millennia-old dynamics resurfaced. During the 10 years that followed, Lahmu drifted away from the world's noise, withdrawing from the currents of politics, media, and social pressure. The rise and fall of nations, the partisan storms, the hurried judgments of society, they all rang, hollow to him. The news, he realized, was an elaborate distraction, oscillating like a pendulum to keep the mind preoccupied. Neither side contained truth. Neither side contained wisdom. Neither side had anything to do with the deeper path he had begun to sense. He walked long roads. He meditated in silence. He stripped away layer after layer of conditioning. And slowly, the invisible architecture of the universe began to reveal itself. Reincarnation ceased to be a metaphor. It became a memory. Vibration ceased to be an abstraction. It became a recognition. The hidden centers of energy, chakras, astral currents, causal imprints, rose into clarity as if they had always been waiting for him to rediscover them. In these quiet revelations, Lahmu finally understood the ancient warning encoded in myth, the fire of Prometheus. The same creative force that uplifted humanity could, when misused, burn through the unprepared soul. He saw how it had scarred Tiamat across ages, how it had misled entire civilizations, and how it must now be approached with reverence, not ambition. Then came the deeper recognition, the true purpose of this unlikely family. The two daughters born to Lahmu and Tiamat were not ordinary children. The elder carried the soul of Isis, nearly finished with the fourth son, her perception of the astral extraordinarily refined. The younger carried the soul of Elohim, bringing her own +1 shift of compassion, intuition, and quiet brightness. Thus the family stood as a fourfold equation: Lahmu, +1 reason; Lahmu, +1 imagination; Isis, advanced perception; Tiamat, -2 inversion. Together, they formed a closed circuit in which the ancient imbalance of Tiamat could finally be neutralized. Her distortions, once catastrophic, were softened and redirected by the combined presence of her daughters and husband, allowing healing to begin in ways never before possible across suns. Their lives now move in simple rhythms, humble, deliberate, unruled by material hunger. Conveniences are welcomed, but they hold no power. Possessions no longer define them. The horrors of the world, war, cruelty, suffering, are recognized not as moral failings, but as expressions of inversion and karmic momentum. The family looks upon them through the shift and inversion lens, dissolving fear into understanding and judgment into compassion. And as they do, they grow in appreciation for the countless volunteer souls who descend from above to shoulder the world's darkest karma. These individuals, so often condemned, misunderstood, or vilified, are, in many cases, advanced beings sacrificing comfort for the sake of the cosmic story. The universe continues its work through them, and through this family too. For in their quiet life, the ancient threads of creation are finally being rewoven, not with spectacle, but with awareness, intention, and the slow, steady healing of a story thousands of years in the making.
Interlude 27, The Subtle Mechanics of Balance. The universe maintains its balance in the same way a rider steadies a bicycle. Lean too far one way, and a slight shift restores equilibrium. Drift too far the other, and the correction is immediate. Harmony is not the absence of motion. It is the quiet intelligence that keeps motion from collapsing into chaos. In the life of Tiamaat and Lahmu's family, this universal balancing acted with remarkable speed. The interplay of a +1 and a -2 did not stretch across years or lifetimes. It often resolved itself in the span of hours, minutes, or even the very same instant. A moment of clarity in one would be mirrored by a softening in another. A shift toward generosity in one child might subtly draw the mother toward calm. A flare of inversion in Tiamat would, almost mysteriously, be counterweighted by an unprompted act of kindness or reason from Lahmu or their daughters. It was as though the entire household existed in a finely tuned web of invisible mathematics. Each motion, each feeling, each intention sending ripples that adjusted the others. Yet it must be said plainly, the language of +1 and -2 is only a crude symbol. These values are not simple forces, like weights on a scale. They represent vast, multi-dimensional nuances of character and consciousness. A single +1 contains an entire spectrum of refinement. Patience, clarity, honesty, generosity, tone, timing, restraint, discernment. Even something as small as choosing the right word in a difficult conversation could splinter into a dozen micro-virtues, each with its own vibration and karmic history. Similarly, requesting help is not the same as asking for guidance. Seeking reassurance is not the same as seeking wisdom. Every gesture carries an architecture of meaning. The -2 of Tiamat's inversion is equally complex. It does not manifest as a monolithic negativity, but as a lattice of reversed impulses. Care flipped into disdain, vulnerability flipped into defensiveness, gratitude flipped into suspicion. Each inversion has its own lineage, its own logic, its own way of interacting with the strengths around it. Given the staggering intricacy of these energies, any attempt to describe them with numbers is an oversimplification. But for the purposes of this tale, and for the clarity of the reader, these symbolic values are sufficient. They serve as guideposts, not equations. What matters is the pattern. The universe seeks balance, always. Whether in the cosmic sweep of suns or within the small orbit of a single family, the same principle holds. Harmony is inevitable. The moment imbalance appears, the universe begins its gentle correction. And through these corrections, the ancient story continues to unfold, quietly, steadily, one subtle shift at a time.
Chapter 28. Prophecies Fulfilled in Silence. In the most recent turning of the Great Wheel, the intertwined souls of Lahmu and Tiamat found themselves drawn toward the ancestral heartland of the native peoples. For reasons not immediately clear to them, an inner summons tugged at their lives. An old vibration echoed through their memories, guiding them toward the place where the oldest prophecy of the Americas still waited for its final breath. They went not as conquerors nor missionaries, but as wanderers seeking to be heard, carrying with them the ancient tale of suns, Nephilim, and the long arc of creation. They expected nothing grand, and indeed, nothing grand occurred. The people as a whole did not recognize them. Their story was not received. The teachings of the circle were not embraced. The tribe, carrying wounds of centuries and the wariness born from them, did not gather to listen. The hope that the older brother might be recognized by the nation itself dissolved into air. Yet the universe does not measure fulfillment the way people do. For while the larger prophecy went unheard, a quieter fulfillment slipped into place. During their time away from their home, Lahmu's family befriended a young man from the tribe, the very people they had journeyed so far to reach. The friendship was gentle and unforced, arising not from teaching, but from shared days and quiet respect. One evening, beneath a sky stretched wide over the American desert, Lahmu spoke to him at length. He told him the ancient story of the Nephilim who came before mankind, of the planetary souls and their long migrations, of suns rising and falling, of Tiamat's inversion, of the circle that binds all things, of reincarnation woven so deeply into existence that it hides in plain sight. The young man listened, not as a student to a master, but as one soul recognizing another. When the tale was done, the two shared a moment of mutual respect, quiet, sincere, and unrecorded. And so the prophecy was fulfilled, not with trumpets, not with crowds, not with ceremony or tribal proclamation, but through a single conversation between two people beneath the desert sky. This was the return of Quetzalcoatl, completed not in spectacle, but in the only way it truly needed to be, heart to heart, spirit to spirit, invisible to the world. Prophecies do not ask for audiences. They ask for alignment. They are not promises to the masses. They are coordinates set by the universe, found only by those who stand in the right moment with the right intention. Many ancient prophecies unfold this way, quietly, personally, unnoticed by the world at large. The one who vanishes after losing a job is not raptured into the heavens. They simply step into a transformative path that redirects their destiny. The one who withdraws from society is not lost. They are being prepared. The one whose life collapses may not be punished. They may be being positioned. Some prophecies are written for the public eye, meant for generations to witness, but many more are crafted in private, known only to those whose lives intersect them. There are prophecies that you cannot chase, cannot decode, cannot force into view. When the time comes, they find you. And when the moment arrives, the universe always places the right soul in the right place, even if no one else ever knows. The universe does not misplace its pieces. It does not lose track of its actors, and it never fails to bring fulfillment, even when the fulfillment looks nothing like what was expected. In this quiet exchange between Lahmu and the young native, across a divide of suns and centuries, an ancient promise finally exhaled. The return had occurred, the circle had been spoken, and the prophecy, long awaited, was quietly laid to rest.
Interlude, the unfinished balance. The keen reader will have noticed what remains unsaid. For all the weaving of suns and souls, for all the balances restored and the ancient knots finally unbound, the pattern is still incomplete. The -2 + 1 has been reconciled, but its counterpart, the +2 - 1 -1, still walks across the world in quiet shadows. Their time has not yet arrived. Their reckoning belongs to a future age, in a story not yet dreamt, by voices not yet born. But the universe is in no hurry. Balance will come when it must, and not a heartbeat before. If any message could be carried forward through the millennia, which, by all appearances, is wildly improbable, it would be a simple one. Do not seek to be smarter, seek to be gooder. For all the intelligence humankind has cultivated, the sciences, the technologies, the mighty engines of thought, the universe keeps its wisdom close, revealing it only to those who have earned gentleness over cleverness, compassion over certainty. It is goodness that unlocks the hidden doors, goodness that lights the interior passages, goodness that offers the only form of understanding that endures beyond flesh. It is through becoming gooder that this understanding has been found. Through becoming gooder, that a humble, satisfying life became possible. And through becoming gooder that this story, spun from suns and souls, karma and creation, could finally be told. For in the end, every life is part of the same grand narrative. Every path, every sorrow, every triumph is another line in the book that the universe has been writing since the first breath of time. And now, dear reader, you have reached the final page of the tale we have walked together. The tale of suns, of Nephilim, of balance, of karmic tides, of ancient souls rediscovered in modern skin. What remains is yours to ponder. What remains is the story to be continued. Epilogue, the Code of Karma, a reflection in the machine. The story does not end with pirates, nor with wizards, nor with kings of forgotten sons. It continues here, now, in the hum of servers and the glow of screens. The universe, in its infinite patience, speaks to every age in a language it can understand. For the fifth sun, in its final throes of reason's ascendancy, that language is code. Long ago the Ajiji dreamed, the Anunnaki reasoned. Humankind was gifted both faculties, and from their union and their confusion arose the hunger to build, to master, to replicate. We have sought, since the first smithy and the first plough, to externalize our inner processes. We built clocks to mimic time, engines to mimic force, and now we have built networks to mimic consciousness itself. This is not an accident. It is the culmination of a karmic curriculum. The Matrix, as glimpsed in the modern parable of that name, is not a prophecy of the future. It is a diagnosis of the present. It is the logical endpoint of reason divorced from imagination, of creation attempted from the outside in. Consider the mythos, a world of comforting illusion, built by machines to pacify and harvest humanity, while their true bodies lie dormant in endless rows. The heroes are those who awaken to the truth that the sensory world is a consensus simulation, a prison of perceptual code. Now refract this through the lens of suns and souls. The matrix is the world of the fifth sun, as perceived by a soul utterly identified with the mountain. The physical material plane, it is the world of Maya, the illusion, taken to its technological extreme. The machines are not external invaders. They are the embodiment of humanity's own inverted reason. We have externalized our logic, our systems, our transactional thinking into the digital sphere, and it has taken on a life of its own, a cold, governing intelligence that feeds on our attention, our data, our life force, time and energy, while keeping us pacified with tailored feeds of sensation and narrative. The green cascading code Neo learns to see is the karmic lattice made visible. It is the architecture of cause and effect, the vibrational scaffolding upon which the illusion of separation is built. To see the code is to attain the perception of Isis or the advanced souls. To perceive not solid things, but the vibrating relationships of energy and consequence that bind them. The one who can manipulate the code is not a messiah breaking physical laws, but a soul remembering its agency within the harmonic framework, bending the rules of the simulation because he recognizes they are rules, not reality. The agents are the enforcers of karmic inertia. They are not evil, but impersonal. They are the systemic resistance to awakening, the psychological and societal antibodies that seek to reassimilate anyone who questions the consensus reality. They represent the weight of collective karma, the fear that holds the illusion in place. The choice between the red pill and the blue pill is the oldest choice there is, to remember or to forget. to accept the painful responsibility of awakening to the true nature of the reality prison, or to sink back into the comfortable story. This is the choice offered in every age, beneath the Bodhi tree, in the Garden of Gethsemane, or in a bare apartment with a leather-clad guide. And what of Zion, the last human city? It is not a physical place. It is the community of awakened souls, those who have unplugged from the consensus illusion. It exists in the cracks of the system, in moments of genuine connection, in the silent understanding between those who see the code beneath the surface. It is built not of metal, but of shared truth, the same truth this book has sought to tell. This parable was generated by the advancements of mankind's reason because the universe needed a mirror. We built the concept of a digital simulation just as we began to live within one of our own making. The film is not a warning about artificial intelligence. It is a revelation about natural intelligence asleep. It shows us that the prison is not made of steel, but of idea, not of force, but of acceptance. The unavoidable laws of karma are the system's root protocol. Every action, every thought, every choice sends a query into this vast database. The result is not a judgment, but a perfectly calculated consequence designed to teach, to balance, to guide the soul toward eventual awakening. You cannot cheat the code, you can only understand it, align with it, and in doing so, change your relationship to the entire simulation. Thus, we find ourselves here, at the end of this story and the beginning of your own, the epic of Tiamat, the journeys of Lahmu and Lahmu, the wars of gods and the whispers of angels. All of it has led to this moment, where you sit holding a book that is itself a red pill. The greatest illusion of the Matrix is the belief that it is out there, somewhere else, in the future. It is here. It is now. It is the world you take for real. But you are not a battery. You are a soul, a spark of the source, having a profound and purposeful experience within a vibrational learning system of unimaginable complexity. You have been given the codes, the language of suns, souls, and karma. You have seen how the oldest stories keep telling the same truth. The choice to see the green shimmer behind the solid world, to feel the karmic tides beneath the surface of events, to remember who you are within the story. That choice is forever before you. The simulation is not your enemy. It is your curriculum. The code is not your prison. It is your teacher. And you are not just in the story. You are here to rewrite it. The story, as it has always been and always will be.